Chapter 8:23. The ultimate ancient road was coming to an end. The news that the ultimate trial was about to begin spread throughout the entire ancient road. To be honest, countless geniuses had stepped onto the Emperor Road at the beginning. However, those who were qualified to reach the end of the ancient road and participate in the ultimate trial were few and far between. Most of them had died during the trial, or they witnessed the shocking gap between themselves and the other geniuses. Their path heart collapsed, and they were discouraged and stopped forever on the way. There were not many geniuses like Jun Xiaoyao who could push through the ancient road like eating and drinking. Most of the geniuses were struggling on the line between life and death. After Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion, the entire ancient road temporarily returned to peace. From time to time, there would be news of some geniuses. For example, among the 3 giants of the Jun family, apart from Jun Xiaoyao, there were 2 others. The first sequence, Jun Lingsang, had obtained the inheritance of an ancient man with polychoria, and his strength had greatly increased. His polychoria had returned to its original state, and he could transform into a single pupil like an ordinary person. There was no need for a black cloth seal to cover his eyes. The ancient freak, Jun Maxiao, was also suspected to have obtained the inheritance of an ancient emperor. He had the Run Huang body, and his combat strength was unparalleled. In addition to the 3 giants of the Jun family, the sequences, Jun Mulan, Jun Wushuang, Jun Zhanjian, and the others had also gained something and made a name for themselves. Of course, there were also Jun Xiaoyao's followers. Yu, Yan Qingying, Wang Chuan, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the others had also become famous. As Jun Xiaoyao's followers, their status was already higher than others. Their strength was also extremely outstanding. Some people even thought that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to learn from his father and create an existence like the King of Gods 8. In addition, those who had been in contact with Jun Xiaoyao, such as Yan Rameng, Yu Chanwan, Xiao Maxian, and the others, had also gained something. There was also Yi Guqin, the reincarnation of the sword demon who had fought with Jun Xiaoyao in the Battle of the Kings on the imperial road of the Huangtian mystic realm. He was also famous and had received the inheritance of a forbidden sword god. It could be said that all the prodigies who had persevered until now had more or less gained something. After all, not everyone could survive for a few years on the cruel ancient ultimate road. Of course, other than the news about the people around Jun Xiaoyao, the biggest news recently was that Ling Yan had been elected as the young emperor of Xianting. The first female young empress in history was indeed shocking. As a result, Ling Yan's prestige was pushed to the peak. However, there was another piece of news that shocked everyone. The mysterious successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoi, who had the human immortal body, broke the limit of 9 and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. 10 strands of immortal energy. This was something rarely seen since ancient times, absolutely rare. Ordinary geniuses who had 4 or 5 strands of immortal qi were all dragons and phoenixes. Many people had raised Ji Daoi's status to the same level as Jun Xiaoyao. In addition to them, the reincarnated Bodhi of the Western Paradise sect was rumored to have received the inheritance of a sacred Buddha. He had awakened his innate wisdom, allowing him to execute some of the skills of his past life. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Also, the Yama Emperor of the Underworld King bloodline, who is known as the God of Death, had received the inheritance of a mysterious expert of the underworld. In other words, every prodigy who had come this far had their own fortunate encounters. This was the purpose of the ancient ultimate road. It was to gather resources and nurture a small number of top geniuses so that they could rise. Only then would they have the strength to resist the foreign realm. As the remaining prodigies were improving rapidly, a shocking piece of news exploded in the 9 heavens immortal realm like a sudden clap of thunder. A foreign realm martial monarch had come knocking at the border of the immortal realm. The news was like a huge rock falling into the ocean, stirring up huge waves. The The authorities of the Undying factions were astounded when they heard the news. They began to make plans for their own factions. The Foreign Realm, on the other side of the immortal realm, it also had countless living beings and clans. 100 royal tribes looked down on the world. The undying martial monarch tribes suppressed the world. It was an incomparably powerful land. The peerless experts and geniuses, there were not any weaker than the immortal realm. Besides, the creatures of the Foreign Realm were tough and vicious. Almost every one of them was a soldier. The Foreign Realm had invaded many times, stirring up endless disasters. Every battle was recorded in history. Their influence and destruction were thousands of times greater than the battle of undying factions. The prosperous Xianting used to be a supreme overlord of the 9 heavens immortal realm. In the end, they all fell apart in the destructive battle of the Foreign Realm, turning into the current 9 immortal factions. Even the immortal weapons and the throne of the Heaven Emperor were lost in an unknown space. It was easy to imagine how great the threat of the Foreign Realm's invasion was. Even though there was some news before, it was not clear. Now a top expert of the Foreign Realm had come knocking at the border. It had undoubtedly ignited the fuse. Everyone was shocked. 10,000 Zhang of waves. Later on, there was more news. The martial monarch who came knocking was the new martial monarch of the Foreign Realm. He obviously would not barge into the immortal realm alone. He only pointed his finger and shook the entire border. This wasn't a true invasion, but rather a start, a warning. Immortal Domain's border was built from the flesh of countless experts. Even more so, Immortal Domain's natural law Tao patterns. Even if it was a foreign emperor, if they didn't have special methods, it would still be difficult for them to break through. Even if they broke through, their strength would still be suppressed. That was why, without absolute certainty, the top experts of the Foreign Realm wouldn't enter alone. However, this was a signal. The signal that the Foreign Realm was starting to take action. Not long after the Foreign Realm's new martial monarch came knocking on the border. A message from the gatekeeper's lineage came from the border. The ancient final road's ultimate land of refinement was about to open. In this great era, Immortal Domain's top heavenly talents were going to clash head-on with the heavenly talents sent out by the Foreign Realm. Meanwhile, this confrontation wasn't as simple as just sharpening oneself. It was because the Foreign Realm seemed to have found a way to break through the border pass. Meanwhile, this method was precisely in the ultimate land of refinement, in the world of divine ruins. It was also precisely because of this news that those heavenly talents who were about to reach the end of the ancient final road also sped up, hurrying towards the receiving ground at the end of the ancient path. They were preparing to head to the ultimate land of refinement. Meanwhile, all of this commotion, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even know about it. He was currently concentrating on buried Emperor Star, cultivating in seclusion in a forbidden land. He was going to refine the spring of life into the inner verse. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The entire ancient final road seemed to be filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and a sense of tension. The bloody and cruel trial belonging to Immortal Domain's younger generation was about to begin. Meanwhile, before this, something that could affect the situation of Immortal Domain's younger generation was silently happening. That was, the 7 emperors were about to meet. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. This was a secret meeting between the 7 emperors. However, if the outside world learned about this, it might stir up a huge commotion. It was because now the Foreign Realm came knocking, the ultimate land of refinement was about to erupt with a bloody and cruel great battle. At this time, Immortal Domain's heavenly talents should be united, thinking about how to deal with the young kings of the other side. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly the main force of the main force, the most important. It could even be said that Jun Xiaoyao was one of the pillars of Immortal Domain's younger generation. In the end, the 7 emperors who represented one of Immortal Domain's peak fighting forces instead had a secret meeting to discuss how to get rid of this pillar of support. This really was ironic. Chapter 824. The buried Emperor Star inside a hidden ancient cave. A slender figure in a black silk dress was sitting with her legs crossed. She was wearing a grimacing mask that seemed to be both laughing and crying at the same time. Her hair was scattered across her shoulders like a waterfall. Her skin was so pale that it was almost sickly. Her slender limbs were wrapped in bandages like those of a deer, giving her a sickly beauty. She was like a black rose dripping with blood. On her pale skin, there was only a scarlet-red spider lily tattooed on her collarbone. It bloomed exceptionally seductively and dazzlingly. She was none other than the immortal execution bandit, Xian Yu. She was the only one left among the 13 immortal bandits. However, Xian Yu did not feel anything. She was not sad about the deaths of the other 12 immortal execution bandits. As a matter of fact, the pain brought to Xian Yu by the deaths of the other 12 immortal execution bandits was nothing compared to the murderous gaze of Jun Xiaoyao when he looked at her. The familiar face in her memory had attacked her in order to protect another woman. The cold murderous intent caused Xian Yu's dead heart to feel a sharp pain. "He's just a flower that looks like me, that's all," Xian Yu murmured. She was holding a crystal in her hand. A mature, seductive female voice appeared from it. "When the world of the godly ruins opens, you will be able to return to our world once you've completed your quests. By the way, make a list of the geniuses that are worthy of our attention in the 9 heavens immortal realm. When the time comes, the geniuses of the immortal realm will become the prey of the geniuses of our world." Xian Yu fell silent. "Prey?" Xian Yu murmured. Jun Xiaoyao's identity, status, and unfathomable strength would definitely attract the attention of the geniuses. If he was discovered by the other side, then he would definitely become a target of great attention, to the extent where he might even be surrounded and hunted down by the foreign young kings and leading figures. Someone like Jun Xiaoyao would pose a great threat to the foreign realm once he grew stronger. They had to eliminate him while he was still in the bud. Xian Yu clenched her fists. Her heart was in a mess. Was she willing to see Jun Xiaoyao being hunted down and having his white robe dyed in blood? Xian Yu's gaze shifted. At this moment, Mystic Moon seemed to have sensed something as a strange thought flashed through her mind. It was the energy of the seal of Tao verification. The gathering of the 7 sovereigns. Mystic Moon muttered to herself. On the other side, outside the ancient Void Dragon clan's ancestral land, the Dragon-Killing Cave, the elders of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, including Long Yuan, waited anxiously. A few months had passed, but there was no sign of Long Yao in the Dragon-Killing Cave. The longer the time, the lower the probability of Long Yao surviving. Sigh, I shouldn't have let her enter the Dragon-Killing Cave. How reckless! An elder of the ancient Void Dragon tribe sighed and stomped his foot. They used the Book of Life and the Spring of Life as the price to redeem Long Yao. If something were to happen to Long Yao now, Long Yao would be in trouble. Not only had the ancient Void Dragon tribe lost a super expert who could possibly achieve the martial monarch realm, they had also lost a precious treasure. It was a huge loss. I believe in Yao. Although she used to be playful and mischievous, she has grown up after the battle between the Holy Body and the Overlord Body. The unwillingness in her heart will become the motivation for her breakthrough, Long Yuan said with certainty. Just as Long Yuan's voice fell, a terrifying aura burst out from the Dragon-Killing Cave all of a sudden. The elders of the ancient Void Dragon tribe were all experts above the supremacy level. However, at this moment, all the elders felt a slight sense of suffocation. If not for their high cultivation level, they would have knelt on the ground. This was not a suppression of cultivation level, but a suppression of the bloodline and soul. The ancient Golden Dragon bloodline has awakened. An elder of the ancient Void Dragon tribe said in a trembling voice. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. A purple aura burst out from the entrance of the dragon murdering cave and spread in all directions. These elders could barely withstand the pressure with their cultivation level. However, some of the younger ancient Void Dragon tribe members were unable to withstand it. They knelt on the ground with unprecedented shock and fanaticism on their faces. "It's Princess Yao, Princess Yao, has come out of the dragon-killing cave and successfully awakened the ancient golden dragon bloodline." Many of the young ancient void dragons were howling and roaring. They had been oppressed for too long. Now, the ancient void dragon tribe had become a laughingstock, just like the Overlord Ancestral Hall. They were also known as the most miserable dragon tribe in history. Who could stand it? Under the gaze of many ancient void dragon tribe members, Linglong's beautiful figure slowly stepped out of the dragon-killing cave. Yao Long Yuan and the other elders' eyes were filled with excitement. However, what surprised them even more was that, with every step she took, she grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her long purple hair, which had been bundled into a ball behind her head, was completely let down. Her purple hair was like a waterfall. In the end, when Long Yao stepped out of the dragon-killing cave, she had turned from a petite little Linglong girl into a tall, slender, and mature girl with curves of Linglong. Her purple hair was like a waterfall reaching her perky bottom. Her breasts were plump, her waist was slender, and her legs were long and shiny. Her snow-white dress could not hide her graceful figure. Her adorable face, which had been like carved jade, had become extremely beautiful and exquisite. Her large, purple, glass-like eyes had also turned into a pair of purple gold noble phoenix eyes. She looked like an incomparably noble and devastatingly beautiful dragon race empress. All of the ancient void dragon clan members were stunned, and their eyes were filled with amazement. Yao. Long Yuan's voice trembled in disbelief. The mature girl in front of him was very different from the mischievous little girl in his impression. "Grandpa Long Yuan, I did it." Long Yao, Ai's red lips curled into a smile. Before she awakened her bloodline, she could only be considered a baby. Now that she had awakened her bloodline, she had truly entered the stage of growth. Now, she could completely defeat her previous self. Good, this is great. Princess Yao has the potential to become a great emperor. She will definitely be the empress of the ancient void dragon tribe in the future. An elder of the dragon tribe laughed. With Princess Yao's current strength, I'm afraid that Jun Xiaoyao won't have it easy if she goes against him. These elders of the dragon tribe were overjoyed. They had simply forgotten the pain after the scar had healed. Jun Xiaoyao, hearing those 3 words, Long Yao's smile disappeared. The humiliation of being treated like a little bitch was still vivid in her mind. "Grandpa Long Yuan, I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Long Yao's jade-like feet tapped the void lightly as she prepared to leave. "Wait, this is what the Overlord Ancestral Hall gave you." Long Yuan handed over some ancient weapons and concentrated Overlord blood essence to Long Yao. The ancient weapon was a blood-stained bronze battle spear. It was once used by the ancestors of the Overlord Ancestral Hall. It was said that the ancestor had once used this bronze battle spear to pierce through a sacred body. The blood on it was the blood of a sacred body. Long Yao took the bronze battle spear and Overlord blood essence. She nodded slightly and tapped the void with her snow-white feet, instantly disappearing from the spot. This was the unique spatial talent of the ancient void dragon tribe. Long Yao, who had awakened the ancient golden dragon bloodline, was clearly able to perfectly utilize this talent. Seeing this, Long Yuan opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. Long Yao had already grown up and didn't need him to take care of her anymore. "Yao, don't be rash." Long Yuan sighed deeply. He was really afraid that Long Yao would provoke Jun Xiaoyao again. Although Long Yao's current strength was no longer the same as before, but when Jun Xiaoyao dealt with her, how much strength did he use? Immortal Execution Thief Xian Yu and Long Yao both took action. Their destination was a desolate ancient star area that had no one in it. That was the place where the 7 emperors gathered. Chapter 8:25. In the depths of the dark universe, there were a few stars. This was the 104th checkpoint of the ancient road of Ultimate, a remote and desolate ancient star region. There weren't many opportunities in this ancient star region, and few people came here. It could be said to be a desolate area. And today, on a desolate ancient star region in this desolate ancient star region, 2 figures, a man and a woman, landed on it. The man was wearing a black robe with 8 trigrams. He was tall and straight and was surrounded by 8 trigrams. He was Gu Tizi. The woman was naturally Ling Yan. She leaned lazily on the heavenly emperor's throne, supporting her sharp chin with her jade-like hand and crossing her snow-white long legs. Her entire being seemed cold, proud, charming, and magnificent. She was like a world-toppling empress. Gu Tizi's eyes were filled with amazement. For a peerless elite like him, what kind of woman couldn't he get? But he didn't care about them and only regarded Ling Yan as his exclusive property. After Jun Xiaoyao dies, I can really consider the marriage with Ling Yan, Gu Tizi thought to himself. He knew his priorities. The most important thing now was to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands and get the heavenly Dao crown, then he would be the rightful representative of the heavenly Dao. In addition, he had humbly given the position of young emperor to Ling Yan. Gu Tizi believed that Empress was a mortal lineage behind Ling Yan, would definitely agree to the marriage between Ling Yan and him. By then, he and Ling Yan would have the final say in the entire Xianting. It had to be said that Gu Tizi was very calculative and scheming. Killing Jun Xiaoyao and getting his hands on the beauty was just wishful thinking. But he didn't know that Ling Yan, who he regarded as his exclusive property, she had been in a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao for a long time in the reincarnation ocean. There were also traces of Jun Xiaoyao on her thighs. Gu Tizi, who had never even touched Ling Yan's hand, wondered how he would feel when he found out the truth. "Are you sure the other emperors will come?" Ling Yan asked calmly. "I will definitely come because the divine ruins is the best opportunity. If I miss it, it will be very difficult to kill Jun Xiaoyao again," Gu Tizi said confidently. The ancient final path didn't forbid killing. The various undying forces couldn't interfere. Even if their own geniuses died, they could only watch helplessly. 9 of the golden crow crown princes had died. Wasn't the sun god mountain angry? But so what? Rules were rules. The rules of the ancient ultimate road could not be broken. That was why Gu Tizi dared to surround and kill Jun Xiaoyao in the final trial. Miss this last chance. After that, it would be very difficult to make a move on Jun Xiaoyao. The Jun family behind him wouldn't turn a blind eye. "You look like you have victory in your hands." Ling Yan narrowed his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. "I can't say that I'm 100% sure, but I have some confidence. Besides, I've also figured out some of the secrets of the 7 emperors. The weapon that God gave us to deal with Jun Xiaoyao might not be just the large mark of proving truth," Gu Tizi said with a deep look in his eyes. "Oh!" Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did Gu Tizi figure out something else? "But that's true. You have the Fuxi sacred body. You're the best at deducing and comprehending the Tao," said Ling Yuan. The Fuxi sacred body was rumored to be the body of a deity. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Of course, the sacred body of Empress was the same. Gu Tizi sighed and said, "Unfortunately, Ling Yan, if we can marry each other and refine each other's energy, the body that will be born in the end won't be weaker than the chaotic body." The combination of the Taiyin sacred body and the Taiyang sacred body could give birth to the postnatal chaotic body. If the Fuxi sacred body and the Empress Hua sacred body refined each other, they could also give birth to the strongest body. Enough. I don't want to talk about this now. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with disgust. She didn't know why, but after 100 lives of ill-fated love, she hated other men more and more. Of course, it didn't mean that she liked Jun Xiaoyao. She also hated him in her heart. Gu Tizi smiled and didn't say anything. At that moment, the space was cleansed and ripples spread out like waves. Ling Long's tall figure tore through the void and appeared. Her purple hair was loose and straight to her perky, but her face was beautiful, and there was a sense of nobility in her purple gold eyes. Her breasts were plump, her waist was slender, and her legs were slender and straight. Her development was perfect. Dragon qi surrounded her body, and the purple blood of the overlord body surged. Of course, it was Long Yao who had rushed over. "You are Long Yao?" Ling Yan and Gu Tizi were both surprised. They were surprised not because of Long Yao or his identity as one of the 7 emperors. It was because her appearance at the moment was too different from what they had heard before. A lowly eating candied Haws became a tall and slender mature girl in the blink of an eye. "I'm not the same as before," Long Yao said. In terms of temperament, she was not much worse than Ling Yan. One was like a high and mighty empress who looked down on all living beings. The other was the noble empress of the dragon clan who was respected by thousands of dragons. "Very good. The stronger you are, the more confident we will be," Gu Tizi said with a smile. They weren't surprised that Long Yao was one of the 7 emperors. Sacred bodies and overlord bodies were natural enemies. It was just that Long Yao's defeat made Gu Tizi feel that her threat to Jun Xiaoyao might be limited. Now that Long Yao had transformed, she was naturally more confident in dealing with Jun Xiaoyao. "I want to fight Jun Xiaoyao again, fair and square. I want to wash away my shame," Long Yao said with a frown. She didn't want to besiege Jun Xiaoyao with anyone. "This spirit is admirable, but are you confident? Or will you face an even greater shame when the time comes?" Gu Tizi said, "Are you looking down on me?" Long Yao released her aura and her purple hair fluttered. An extremely terrifying dragon force poured out. Although her appearance had matured, her character obviously couldn't become mature all of a sudden. Even Ling Yuan was astonished by this terrifying dragon aura. She felt a slight threat from it. Long Yao couldn't be underestimated. I definitely didn't mean that, but what if? In the face of Long Yao's pressure, Gu Tizi stood with his hands behind his back. There was still a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and he wasn't affected at all. Long Yao temporarily calmed down, and her face was cold. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Jun Xiaoyao definitely didn't use his full strength when fighting with her. Long Yao hadn't figured out his strength yet. But it doesn't matter. You can fight one-on-one if you want, but it doesn't conflict with our plan, Gu Tizi said indifferently. Long Yao was silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, there was suddenly a surge of immortal light in the distance. The sky was torn apart as if a true immortal had broken through the realm. His aura was extremely strong and terrifying. Well, it's him. Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, and Long Yao were all surprised. In the immortal light, a handsome young man in plain clothes walked out leisurely. He seemed to be born with an immortal charm. His temperament was simple, but unpredictable. His body was crystal clear and flawless, which made many women envious. That was the treasure body of a human deity that had been refined by immortal qi and flowed with immortal light. It was the successor of the sect of Ren, Ji Daoi. Chapter 8:26. I didn't expect it to be you, Ji Daoi. Gu Tizi's eyes flickered. He really did not expect it to be him this time. In the 9 heavens immortal realm, there were few factions that had existed for a long time. The celestial demon sect, the human immortal sect, the western paradise sect, the ancient orchid sect, etc. The human immortal sect was a great faction that had existed for a long time. It was rumored that it was the legacy of an immortal. As the successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoi's status, strength, and capabilities were obvious. However, that was not the most important thing. Ji Daoi also had a mysterious background. Even the successors of immortal factions were intimidated by him. He was the eldest son of a forbidden clan in the ultimate ruin in the Nine Heavens. What were the forbidden clans in the Nine Heavens? They were related to the forbidden land of life. They were absolutely terrifying and untouchable. Even undying powers would be wary of them, not willing to provoke them. When Jiang Xingyi had the immortal fetus, Ji Qingyi had tried to persuade her to give it to Ji Daoi. She even mentioned that Ji Daoi's background was forbidden. In the end, Jiang Xingyi rejected the offer. Ji Qingyi said that she had missed a great opportunity to befriend Ji Daoi. This so-called opportunity to form a good relationship was Ji Daoi's identity as the eldest son of the Forbidden Clan. The Forbidden Clans in the Nine Heavens had a formidable background. They were related to the Forbidden Land. They might even be involved in important historical events in the future. It would greatly influence the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Even the immortal factions might turn into ashes with a snap of their fingers. It was the reason why the immortal factions and the clans of the ancients were so intimidated by the forbidden clans. That being said, even though the Jun clan was a clan of the ancients in name, however, even the supreme Xianting was intimidated by this clan of the ancients. It was not something that ordinary clans of the ancients could compare with. The Jun clan was not afraid of any threat. As for Ji Daoi, he had the human immortal flesh. Thus he was chosen by the human immortal sect to cultivate and become their successor. Not many people knew his identity as the eldest son of the Forbidden Clan. It was considered half a secret. However, it was normal for the Xianting's information network to know the truth. It was precisely because of this that Ji Daoi appeared to be even more mysterious and powerful and couldn't be provoked. I didn't expect that among the 7 defiant emperors, Xianting would take up 2 of the positions. There's also an overlord from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Ji Daoi's voice was calm. His entire being carried an otherworldly Taoist rhyme. He was very extraordinary. I haven't heard any news about Brother Ji on the ultimate ancient road. Until now, I've heard that Brother Ji has cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi. This is truly shocking, Gutizi said with a smile. When Ji Daoi heard this, his eyes flashed. Judging from Gutizi's tone, although there was a hint of praise, it seemed that he didn't care. Could it be? Ji Daoi thought of something. Could it be that both Ling Yan and Gutizi had broken through their limits and cultivated 10 strands of immortal qi? Thinking of this, a shadow appeared in Ji Daoi's eyes. But he didn't care. The mystery of the human immortal body was not only limited to the immortal qi. Moreover, he had another identity. He was the eldest son of the Forbidden Clan's official family. He cultivated a supreme forbidden ancient technique and believed that he was not weaker than anyone else. Is that Jun Xiaoyao really so powerful that he needs us to work together? Ji Daoi said nonchalantly. Although he had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's legend, he had never seen it with his own eyes. They were all peerless geniuses who would be willing to submit to each other. Anyway, we can't underestimate him. We still need to prepare for a rainy day, Gutizi said. Ling Yan glanced at Ji Daoi with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She felt that something was amiss. Gutizi also sensed something, but he didn't say anything. In short, each of them had their own plans. With Ji Daoi's arrival, 4 of the 7 defiant sovereigns had arrived. Swoosh! A slender figure appeared in the void. Her skin was pale, and she wore a black silk dress. Her slender limbs were wrapped in bandages, and she wore a ghost mask on her face. Xian Yu had arrived. It's you, the immortal killing bandit. Xian Yu's arrival made the 4 of them change their expressions. Xian Yu's notoriety went without saying. She had already become the nightmare of many geniuses, especially those geniuses with special bloodlines. They were most afraid of being targeted by the 13 bandits. You're that bandit who specializes in stealing other people's bloodlines. Long Yao's eyes flashed coldly. She hated people like that the most. After all, She had a special body constitution and bloodline. Ji Dowie sized up Xianyu, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chaotic bloodline aura. You're actually on the path of smelting all kinds of techniques. Ji Dowie was surprised. Smelting all kinds of bloodlines. Is this path really feasible? Don't tell me you're also eyeing our bloodlines. Long Yao's tone was hostile. After all, everyone present had a special bloodline. Xian, you remained silent and didn't say anything. Sai, there's no need for that. Since we're all the 7 defiant sovereigns, it means that we're on the same side for now. Now that we have a common goal, we can't have internal strife, Gutizi said. It seems that you're going to be the leader of the 7 defiant sovereigns, Ji Dowie said. That's not it. Brother Ji, don't think so. Gutizi smiled and shook his head. The 5 people present all had their own thoughts. Undercurrents were surging. At this moment, a black-robed man landed silently. Gutizi and the others frowned when they saw this. Dharma body? Brother, aren't you being a little too formal? Gutizi said. They were all here in their true bodies, but this black-robed man was here in his Dharma body. It's just a secret meeting. It doesn't matter. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse. Obviously, it wasn't his real voice. Who was this person? Gutizi, Ling Yan, Ji Dowie, and the others' gazes changed. Hundreds of thoughts ran through their minds. This person's aura was concealed like a fog, making it difficult to detect. Then another black-robed man arrived. Gutizi frowned. He checked the other black-robed man's aura. Although this person's aura was also very mysterious, it let him catch a trace of an unusual aura. Although this aura was slightly different, it was indeed of the same origin as that family. Could it be? Gutizi thought of something. Interesting, really interesting. Worthy of being the will of the immortal realm. This move is too amazing. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really think that you can fight against heaven? Actually, heaven is just toying with you, treating you as a toy in its palm. Gutizi secretly found it funny in his heart. If the origin of this black-robed man was really as he guessed, then in the world of the divine ruins, there would probably be a wonderful show to play out. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao's expression would probably be very interesting. What, Gutizi, do you know who I am? The black-robed man who arrived last said indifferently. His voice was also changed. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. I don't know. Gutizi smiled. He then continued, since everyone is here, I'll tell you some of the secrets that I've comprehended from the seal of Tao validation. The seal of Tao validation is not the only weapon that heaven has given us. Saying this, Gutizi activated the seal of Tao validation in his body. A vast heavenly Tao aura burst out. At the same time, the other 6 emperors also unleashed their powerful auras. It did not matter if the seal of Tao validation had merged with their bodies or not. As the 7 auras burst out, complicated heavenly Tao runes spread in the sky. It was like the marks carved by heaven's skillful hands. Are those the runes of a formation? Ji Dowie said in surprise. He had been cultivating in seclusion before, so he had not carefully comprehended the seal of Tao validation. Bang! A shocking aura burst out. The power of the 7 emperors turned into a giant heavenly Tao formation. A terrifying, illusionary figure of an immortal sword with a strong, murderous aura appeared in the formation. Accompanying it were the sorrowful cries of various immortals and Buddhas, and terrifying visions of blood splattering across the sky. The shadow of the sword seemed to carry a powerful force that could destroy thousands of worlds. Even gods and demons feared it. The desolate, ancient planet under their feet began to tremble and collapse. Abyss-like cracks spread across its surface, as if it was about to shatter. This was terrifying. It was only a wisp of aura, but an ancient planet was about to shatter. How terrifying was that? Could that be the immortal artifact, the immortal exterminating sword? Ji Dowie took a deep breath. Even he could not remain calm. In their minds, a voice as fearful as the might of the heavens resounded. When the 7 emperors gather, they can slay immortals. 7 emperors, immortal exterminating formation. Chapter 8:27. An immortal artifact's power was monstrous and could suppress eternity. It was a peerless divine weapon that was rarer and more powerful than an emperor weapon. There were only a few of them in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. Throughout history, any immortal artifact that appeared was very famous and known by everyone. For example, the Supreme Xian Ting's immortal artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's throne, had the power to suppress eternity. The immortal slaying sword was also a famous immortal artifact. It was an extremely deadly immortal artifact. Just from its name, one could tell that it could even kill immortals. Of course, what Gutizi and the others had summoned was not the real immortal artifact, the immortal slaying sword. The real immortal slaying sword had been lost for a long time and had never been discovered. This was a killing array map that God had given to the 7 defiant emperors, called the 7 Emperors' Immortal Slaying Array. It contained a wisp of the immortal slaying sword's sword chi. What a terrifying aura! Even people as strong as Gu Tizi, Ji Daoi, and the others felt an extreme sense of danger. The 7 defiant emperors could be said to be a group of top geniuses. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen. But at this moment, even they felt a sense of death in the face of the 7 emperors' immortal slaying array. It seems that God has given us the trump card to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Gu Tizi smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, the 7 of them together were enough to threaten Jun Xiaoyao's life. Now, with the addition of the 7 emperors' immortal slaying array that contained a wisp of the immortal slaying sword chi, would Jun Xiaoyao still be able to survive? I didn't expect there to be such a mystery. Ji Daoi sighed. If only he had this method, he could definitely kill his way through the ultimate trial ground. Boom! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. The desolate, ancient star under their feet was directly shattered into several large pieces by the immortal slaying sword chi and drifted in the universe. Even many of the surrounding stars were directly shattered into powder by the immortal slaying sword chi. Everyone put it away, Gu Tizi said, and took the lead to put away the power of the Emperor's seal of Tao verification. The others also put away the power of the Emperor's seal. Around them, countless stars had already been destroyed. This kind of destructive power was terrifying. What a powerful force! Long Yao's chest heaved up and down. No one in the younger generation would be able to stop this power. Now we can be at ease. When the time comes, whoever can personally end Jun Xiaoyao will depend on luck, Gu Tizi said. The heavenly Tao crown, destined to corroborate one's Tao and become an immortal emperor. This reward is too tempting, Ji Daoi said. Xian Yu did not say a single word from the beginning to the end. She was wearing a ghost mask, so no one knew that under the mask she was struggling, especially after feeling the terrifying power of the 7 emperors' immortal slaying formation. It was as if she could see the scene of Jun Xiaoyao dying, his white clothes stained with blood. This caused her originally dead heart to suddenly throb with pain. Ling Yan felt the same way. Ling Yan frowned slightly. As long as Jun Xiaoyao completely dies, the influence of the 100 lives of ill fate and Fairy Yuan can be eliminated. Ling Yan believed that this was not her will, but the 100 lives of ill fate and Fairy Yuan's influence on her emotions. Since it's over, I should also leave, Ji Daoi said. Everyone, let's meet at the ultimate training ground. Gu Tizi cupped his hands slightly. The 2 black-robed figures blurred and directly left. From the beginning to the end, they did not reveal their identities. Ji Daoi also flashed and directly left. Although I have this trump card, I, Long Yao, will still fight with Jun Xiaoyao to wash away the shame. As Long Yao finished speaking, she waved her hand and tore through the void to leave. In the blink of an eye, for people left. Xian Yu did not say a word and also turned to leave. Gu Tizi's eyes were deep and suddenly said, Wait. Xian Yu's footsteps stopped. What's the matter? A cold voice rang out. You're related to the Permitha organization. You're from the other world, right? Gu Tizi went straight to the point. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. Xian Yu held the pitch-black death scythe tightly and slashed at Gu Tizi with the scythe. Gu Tizi was still smiling as he raised one hand. Jen hexagram, Wan Zhongyue. A hexagram that was as sturdy as a mountain appeared. Layers upon layers of mountains appeared in the void, forming the most solid barrier. Boom! The death scythe bombarded the Wan Zhongyue, bursting out a huge wave of dermic power. Stop for now. I don't mean to be your enemy, Gu Tizi said. Xian Yu paused. Under the ghost mask, a pair of cold eyes were like the stars in the sky. How did you know? Xian Yu's voice was filled with murderous intent. Don't underestimate the Xian Ting's intelligence network. We already have a preliminary understanding of the Permitha organization's infiltration. We even know that the Permitha organization is backed by the immortal emperor race of the otherworld, the Permitha tribe, Gu Tizi said casually. So, Xian Yu's voice was still cold and filled with hostility. Since her identity had been exposed, she was in great danger. She might not even be able to return to the other world alive. Don't worry. You're one of the 7 defiant emperors, which means that we're on the same side. I won't do anything to you. I won't leak this information out either. Gu Tizi smiled gently. At the side, Ling Yan watched Gu Tizi's performance calmly. So, what's your goal? Xian Yu asked coldly. Gu Tizi wouldn't expose her identity for no reason. He must have a goal. Hee, it's always nice to talk to smart people. I'm not asking for much, but I'm sure Jun Xiaoyao is a great threat to the other world, right? Therefore, I hope you can inform the other world and ask the top geniuses of the other world to hunt down Jun Xiaoyao in the world of godly ruins. Gu Tizi's words took Xian Yu by surprise. Gu Tizi was a genius of the 9 heavens immortal realm. But now he was asking him to inform the people of the foreign world to hunt down Jun Xiaoyao. Even Xian Yu was struggling to report Jun Xiaoyao's whereabouts, even though she was a member of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The people that wanted Jun Xiaoyao dead the most were not the other world, but the geniuses of the immortal realm. It was too ironic. What do you think? It's beneficial for the other world too. It's a great contribution if you report it to the other world. When we reach the world of godly ruins, you can return to the other world too. I won't expose your identity before that, Gu Tizi said calmly. He was a strategist, and his shrewdness was shocking. You're disgusting, Xian Yu said coldly. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Since ancient times, how many methods have been clean? Gu Tizi said with a smile. He was not angry at all. Xian Yu turned around and left without saying a word. Are you sure she'll report it to the other world? Ling Yan asked. Of course. Even if we didn't expose it, she would still report it to the other world. It's just a confirmation. Gu Tizi placed his hands behind him. If she were to spread this plan of yours. Ling Yuan said with a profound look in her eyes. Don't worry, she won't. At least she won't as long as she's in the immortal realm. Once we reach the world of godly ruins, we'll use her to activate the 7 Emperors' immortal execution formation and kill her right away, Gu Tizi said with a smile. It turned out that he didn't plan to let Xian Yu live from the beginning. Gu Tizi, I'm getting to know you again. Your methods are really vicious. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with deep disgust. Isn't it normal to kill people from the other world after using them? Gu Tizi didn't think much of it. Then you'd better take care of yourself. If you still can't kill Jun Xiaoyao like this, it'll be too ridiculous. After Ling Yan finished speaking, light appeared around her body and she broke through the air. Seeing Ling Yan leave, Gu Tizi's eyes were filled with deep meaning. First killer move, 7 Emperors Alliance. Second killer move, Seven Emperors Immortal Execution Formation. Third killer move, Otherworld Hunting. Logically speaking, these 3 killer moves should be enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, even if I can kill him, I can't guarantee that I'll kill him personally. Although Ling Yan agreed to give up the heavenly crown, the other 5 are all competitors. It's better to be safe than sorry. But I still have a 4th move. This move can guarantee that I'll kill Jun Xiaoyao with my own hands and obtain the heavenly crown. Even Ji Daoi Long Yao, and the others can only pave the way for my disciple. Ha ha ha! Gutizi left with a loud laugh. From the beginning to the end, there was only one winner in his plan, and that was himself. Chapter 828. Only the 7 of them knew about this secret meeting of the 7 emperors. Outsiders didn't know about it. However, the 7 of them were all extremely powerful and had important statuses. It could be said that in the entire celestial realm's younger generation, no one was qualified to make the 7 of them work together. Jun Xiaoyao was the first. He was probably the last. After the secret meeting of the 7 emperors ended, the 7 emperors also prepared to head to the 108th stage of the ancient final road. It was also the final stage. Not only them, but the other geniuses who could reach this stage also rushed to the final stage. Previously, the Guardian's lineage had sent out news that the ancient final road was about to open. Therefore, many geniuses had already prepared to head there. Only Jun Xiaoyao was still in seclusion on the buried Emperor Star. However, he was almost at the final stage. At the end of the ancient final road, the 108th stage, there was a city here, a very large city. It was so large that it was boundless. It was like a continent. The towering city walls were like heavenly palaces. They stretched for countless feet, and one couldn't see the end. Dark red blood was deposited on the walls. It was unknown how long it had been left there, but it gave off an ancient and desolate feeling. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around this city. Starlight fell along the city walls like a waterfall. This city seemed to be on par with heaven and earth. It was vast and ancient to the extreme. If one was below the city, they would be shocked to see. An incomparably ancient corpse that was the size of a continent was supporting this city. It was the corpse of a black tortoise, a true primordial divine beast, a black tortoise. This was shocking. The corpse of a primordial black tortoise was supporting a city that had existed in the depths of the universe since ancient times. Ancient, desolate, savage, and mystical. Standing in front of this majestic ancient city, one was not much bigger than a speck of dust. The city gate was like the mouth of a star-devouring ancient beast. It was incomparably large and swallowed a huge amount of spirit chi. This city was the end of the ancient final road, the 108th stage. The original imperial city. The origin of the original imperial city was no longer known. However, it was rumored that it was a city built by immortals. All kinds of ancient runes circulated on the city walls, releasing shocking fluctuations. This wasn't just a city, but a fortress that even emperors couldn't shake. And in front of the original imperial city, from time to time, there would be groups of 2 or 3 geniuses arriving sporadically. They were all in front of the original Emperor City. They were shocked for a long time before entering the original Emperor City. In the original Imperial City, there was a transmission array that led to the ultimate trial ground. Wow! Is this the original Emperor City at the end of the ancient road? I never thought that I would be able to come here one day. In front of the original Emperor City, a cute little girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old with bright silver hair was exclaiming. She had big, sparkling, ruby-like eyes and fluffy rabbit ears that hung down from her hair. She looked very beautiful and charming. It was the Tyne Jade hair. Beside her stood a blue-clothed beauty. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were clear, her nose was straight, and her lips were red and moist. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the woman's beautiful and delicate appearance. Instead, it was the proud figure wrapped in a blue dress. Her breasts were full, and her waist was slender. However, under her extremely thin waist, there was a soul-stirring curve, like a plump peach. This kind of pear-shaped, devilish figure was too alluring. When paired with the woman's fairy-like appearance, it was simply the combination of an angel's face and a devilish figure. It was simply unbearable. This woman was naturally Yu Chanwan, who had the world's #1 furnace physique. I also never thought that I would be able to reach the end of the ancient road one day. The original Emperor City, Yu Chanwan muttered to herself. She had originally been chased by the 10 princes of Jinwu, not to mention reaching the end of the ancient road. She was already extremely lucky to have not been caught. Fortunately, the heavens had let her meet that white-clothed prince of heaven. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, she might have been caught by the 10 princes of Jinwu long ago. The consequences were simply unimaginable. It was Jun Xiaoyao who had changed her fate. Yu Chanwan had long since decided that even if Jun Xiaoyao didn't like her, she would follow Jun Xiaoyao for the rest of her life. Her body, including her first time, belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, I don't know if young master has come to the original Emperor City. Little Yu really misses the time when young master stroked me. Tying Jade Hair's face was filled with nostalgia. Ah, Yu, now that you have a new master, you've become fickle, haven't you? Yu Chanwan rolled her eyes at Tying Jade Hair. How could that be? It's just that the feeling of being held in young master's arms and stroked is really great. Tying Jade Hair chuckled cutely. I also want to know what it's like to be held by young master. Yu Chanwan subconsciously said, Miss, what did you say? Tying Jade Hair asked. No, nothing. Let's go in. Yu Chanwan's pretty face blushed as she muddled through. The two beauties, one big and one small, stepped into the original Emperor City. Tying Jade Hair's eyes rolled as she looked left and right. What's the matter? Yu Chanwan asked. I'm afraid that someone will come to catch us. Tying Jade Hair shrank her little head and muttered. Hearing this, Yu Chanwan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Tying Jade Hair was afraid of being chased by the 10 princes of Jinwu and the others. Once bitten, twice shy. Don't worry. 9 of the 10 princes died because of young Master Jun. The remaining 10 princes were severely injured by young Master Jun on the buried Emperor Star and fled. Don't worry too much. Yu Chanwan pursed her lips and smiled. Naturally, she didn't know that the 10 princes of Jinwu had completely lost their bottom line in order to seek revenge and had become deranged. Their target had changed from the originally fragrant and soft Yu Chanwan with the great moon saint physique to, something with a heavy taste. Just as Yu Chanwan was about to find a place to settle down and wait for the ultimate training ground to open, in front of the wide road, there was a group of soldiers dressed in iron armor with horns on their heads walking over. They had an iron-blooded, murderous aura, and their target was Yu Chanwan. Hey, they look like the guards of the Kai family, the gatekeeper family. That woman, is she the great moon saint physique? At this moment, some of the geniuses in the original imperial city looked at her with curiosity and surprise. You are. Yu Chanwan frowned. She had just arrived in the original imperial city. She shouldn't have offended anyone, right? You are the great moon saint physique. A soldier in iron armor asked coldly. Yes, Yu Chanwan replied. Come with us. The soldier in iron armor said coldly. What do you want? Yu Chanwan's expression changed. Ah, we are going to be caught again. Tying Jade Hair shouted and recalled the days when they were captured and escaped. Nothing. We are just inviting Miss Yu to be our guest. A calm voice sounded. A young man in a purple robe leisurely walked over with a folding fan in his hand. It's the young master of the Kai family, Kai Song. Many geniuses' expressions changed slightly when they saw Kai Song. Among them, there were even some descendants of the undying race who looked at Kai Song with a solemn expression. It wasn't that Kai Song was worthy of their respect. It was that the Kai family that Kai Song belonged to was the gatekeeper's family. They had worked hard and made great contributions, so they were very prestigious. It could be said that the gatekeeper's family had absolute prestige and ruling status in the original imperial city. Even the descendants of the undying race had to be obedient when they came here. They didn't dare to go against the descendants of the gatekeeper's family. However, why was the young master of the Kai family targeting Yu Chanwan? Chapter 829. What's going on here? Many geniuses were confused. However, they did not dare to step forward recklessly. After all, the gatekeepers enjoyed a great reputation in the original Emperor city. They were the most respected group of people among the cultivators of the immortal realm. They were the heroes who defended the borders. The Kai clan, as one of the gatekeepers, enjoyed a great reputation too. No one dared to offend them. What are you doing? I'm not interested in being your guest. Yu Chanwan frowned. She was used to the harassment. After all, it was easy for her to get into trouble with the Tai's sacred body. Yu Chanwan subconsciously assumed that Kai Song had his eyes on her Tai's sacred body. Kai Song waved the fan in his hand and said with a smile, "Miss you, there's no need for that. I won't do anything to you. I just want to introduce you to someone important." Someone important? Yu Chanjuan's expression remained cold. That's right, someone important. If you follow that person, you will surely be able to look down on the immortal realm and enjoy the feeling of being above everyone else. Kaisong said patiently, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Yu Chanwan decisively rejected the offer. After all, her body and mind had long belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not ask her to be his follower, nor did he say he was going to recruit her. However, Yu Chanwan had long treated herself as Jun Xiaoyao's woman. Furthermore, taking a step back, in terms of people important, how many people in the Nine Heavens immortal realm were more important than Jun Xiaoyao? That's a little unwise of you. Kai Song's smile faded. Tying jade hair could not stand it any longer. She gathered her courage and harumphed. "Who do you think you are talking about is? Do you know that the man behind us is the son of God of the Jun clan, Jun Xiaoyao?" The place fell silent after hearing the words. Even Kai Song's expression changed slightly. Jun Xiaoyao had yet to arrive at the original Emperor city. However, the news about him had long spread across the 108 stages of the ancient road. However, when he thought of that lord, Kai Song's expression calmed down. At this time, another group of soldiers came from the other side of the street. The leader was also a young master. "It's the young master of the Pang clan, Pang Fei," shouted one of the geniuses. The Pang clan was also a gatekeeper clan. Then, the third group of characters appeared. The leader of the group was a red-clothed woman with a sexy figure. When that person comes out, the younger generation will be reshuffled. The son of God of the Jun family will only be at the top for the time being. The woman in red who spoke was the young mistress of the Hong clan, Hong Qian. It was also a gatekeeper family. Kai family, Pang family, and Hong family. The three guardian families had actually gathered here because of Yu Chanwan. The geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Yu Chanwan didn't expect this. He had merely just arrived at the original imperial city and actually caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, the young geniuses of the three gatekeeper families were all extremely respectful to the lord they spoke of. They didn't even hesitate to offend Jun Xiaoyao. "Come with us. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. You are still useful to that lord," Kaisong said with a fake smile. "What if I don't want to?" Yu Chanwan gritted her teeth and said, "Don't want to." Kaisong smiled. Boom! There was a series of footsteps. The soldiers in iron armor stepped out in an orderly manner, their murderous aura surging. That murderous aura was the aura of someone who had been on a cruel battlefield. Their cultivation was also extremely high. They were at least at the Saint King realm. There was no lack of great Saint realm experts. Of course, this was the original imperial city after all. It was the closest city to the border. Apart from some of the younger disciples of the gatekeeper families, The rest of the people's cultivation couldn't be too weak. In the depths of the original imperial city, there was no lack of supremes and even boundary emperors among the layers of void. At this moment, Yu Chanwan clenched her fists. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Don't worry, that lord hasn't appeared yet. Go back and wait. We won't mistreat you. Kai Song chuckled. This is the original imperial city. Is there no law here? Yu Chanwan said unwillingly. Law. Pang Fei laughed. We, the gatekeeper families, guarded the border. We sacrificed our lives and shed our blood. We are the law of the original imperial city. These words were so deafening that the surrounding prodigies fell silent. That was right. This was the reason why they didn't want to offend the gatekeeper families. Their ancestors had sacrificed their lives and shed their blood selflessly. They had sacrificed too much. Although the supreme Xianting was stronger than the gatekeeper families, they still maintained respect for them. Because of this, unless they had no other choice, the descendants of these immortal forces wouldn't provoke the gatekeeper's descendants. Unfortunately, Yu Chanwan had suffered an undeserved calamity and was taken the initiative to seek her out. Young master will definitely save us. Just you wait. Tying Jade hair puffed up her cheeks angrily. Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian's expressions didn't change. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao's identity was special. But would he dare to mess around? Would he dare to cause trouble for the gatekeeper families in the original imperial city? Absolutely not. Because this was a great taboo. It was equivalent to humiliating the descendants of heroes. If word got out, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation would be tarnished. No matter how high his status was or how great his reputation was, he would be cursed endlessly. This was also the reason why they dared to capture Yu Chanwan without any scruples. In the end, Yu Chanwan and Tying Jade Hair were still taken away. Just after Yu Chanwan and Tying Jade Hair were taken away by the three great families, a person who looked like a spy took a deep look and then disappeared on the spot. This spy finally landed in the depths of the original imperial city in an old mansion. There was a man and a woman among them. Two figures were wrapped in endless radiance. After hearing the spy's news, the man said, I didn't expect that the main character hasn't come out yet, but the lackey has already come out to command people. They'll be out soon. When that time comes, it'll be a true battle of the best. The woman's voice was soft and charming. I'm curious to know what Jun Xiaoyao will do. The man said, The gatekeeper families aren't difficult to deal with. They're just not easy to deal with. If he's not careful, his reputation will be tarnished. He'll probably be cautious. We'll wait and see. The two of them fell silent. On the other side, in one of the Kai family's encampments, Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian were standing respectfully in front of a person wearing a silver cloak and a pure white mask. The figure's mask was engraved with a star. His aura was quite profound too. It was comparable to the supreme outlawed geniuses. Greetings, Sacred Protector Xing. Yu Chanwan with the Tying sacred flesh has been put under house arrest, Kai Song said excitedly. Very well. Don't worry, once my master shows up and sees the Tying sacred flesh, he will be overjoyed. He will teach you forbidden arts and even recruit you as his followers, Sacred Protector Xing said. Thank you, Senior Sacred Protector Xing. The three brought their fists together in excitement. This Sacred Protector Xing was one of the master's followers. Even though the master had yet to show up once he showed up, the younger generation of the Nine Heavens immortal realm would be reshuffled. By then, even the supreme outlawed geniuses would lose some of their brilliance. Chapter 830. Yu Chanjuan's capture did not cause much of a stir in the original imperial city. After all, the original imperial city was so big that it was almost like a continent. The real big shots, the old antiques, were all sitting in the deepest part of the city, constantly observing the situation at the border. They did not have the time to observe the younger generation's fights. However, The Sky Prides, who had just arrived at the original imperial city, were very concerned. That was because they knew that Yu Chanwan and Jun Xiaoyao were related. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was known for being protective of his own people. Those who offended Jun Xiaoyao would not have a good ending. Those who offended the people around him would not have a good ending. These Sky Prides were also curious. If Jun Xiaoyao came to the original imperial city, how would he deal with this matter? After all, the gatekeeper's family had a special status. They were meritorious officials of the immortal region and could not be offended. I'm curious. Wherever the Jun family's son of God goes, there will be chaos. When he comes to the original imperial city, will he cause a big stir? That's not necessarily true. After all, this is the original imperial city. The gatekeeper's family is the rule here. Many Sky Prides had different guesses. In the following period of time, more and more Sky Prides arrived at the original imperial city. Some saw a young monk sitting cross-legged on a white jade dragon elephant. His entire body was wrapped in endless Buddhist light. There seemed to be the sound of ancient Buddhist chanting in the void. It's the supreme outlawed Sky Pride of the Western Paradise sect, the reincarnated Arhut D. Rumor has it that he obtained the sacred Buddha's inheritance and awakened his innate wisdom. His current strength is terrifying. Some Sky Prides could not help but exclaim. By the way, I heard a rumor that the reincarnated Arhut D might be one of the 7 defiant emperors. What? Is that true? I'm not too sure. It's just a rumor. Some Sky Prides were whispering to each other. Jun Xiaoyao fought against the heavens, and the 7 defiant emperors descended from the heavens. This was no longer news. Many people had been guessing who the 7 defiant emperors were. Naturally, there were all kinds of rumors circulating. Later, some people saw endless underworld qi billowing as if hell had returned to the mortal realm. A demonic silhouette appeared within it. That was the supreme outlawed Sky Pride of the underworld king's bloodline, the infernal emperor. It was rumored that he had received the inheritance of a mysterious expert from the underworld. In addition, there were also people who saw endless sword light sweeping across the sky. Thousands upon thousands of sword chi converged into a sword dragon. A cold and handsome young man dressed in black stood on top of it, riding on his sword with a mighty aura. That's the reincarnation of the sword demon of the clan of the ancients, Yi Guqin. He once fought against the son of God of the Jun family in the imperial road of the Huangtian mystic realm. Although he lost in the end, he won the respect of the son of God of the Jun family. Yi Guqin was also a dazzling star on the ancient ultimate road. He was the reincarnation of the sword demon, but he had severed his past and reconstructed his true self. Losing to Jun Xiaoyao was not a big deal, because Jun Xiaoyao was not an existence that could be measured with common sense. And now, Yi Guqin had clearly reached the level of a supreme outlawed Sky Pride. Just the supreme sword technique that he created, the 1,000 deity tribulation, was enough to defeat all his enemies. Jun Xiaoyao, I look forward to seeing you again. Yi Guqin stood with his hands behind his back and rode on his sword. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. It was rare to find a worthy opponent in his life. Then the Ascended King and his sister, Yu Yunchang, also arrived at the original imperial city. Young Master Jun is not here yet? I really want to see him soon. Yu Yunchang's heart was filled with anticipation. The reincarnation of the Arhut D, the infernal emperor, Yi Guqin, the Ascending King, and other young outlawed Sky Prides arrived. The entire original imperial city became lively. However, everyone seemed to be waiting for something. That was right. They were waiting for the arrival of that man, buried Emperor Star, inside an ancient cave. A graceful figure in a snow-white robe sat cross-legged in the cave as if he had entered a meditative state. An indescribable vitality permeated Jun Xiaoyao's body. What was even more surprising was at this moment Jun Xiaoyao's surroundings and inside the ancient cave. Countless exotic flowers and grasses grew luxuriantly, and rich vitality permeated the air. Just the overflowing aura could produce such a scene. Jun Xiaoyao's vitality was also unprecedentedly vigorous. The vitality of the sacred body of the ancients was already vigorous enough. Now, with the addition of the spring of life, Jun Xiaoyao's life force was so full that it was about to overflow. If one were to observe Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, one would find that the space of his inner universe had doubled compared to before. It had reached a diameter of 2 light years. In the central region of the inner universe, on a star condensed from the earth element, a spring of life was located on it, swallowing and spitting out a huge amount of vitality essence. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was still in its initial stages of development and did not have the ability to give birth to life. Therefore, even if there was a spring of life, it could not directly give birth to life. Even plants could not be born. However, this was to lay the foundation. In the future, when Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe derived the rules of life, the spring of life would naturally play a great role. As Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe expanded, his strength also rose steadily and his aura soared. Only the great perfection of the great sage realm. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He was slightly dissatisfied with his breakthrough speed. If other prodigy cultivators saw this, they would definitely gnash their teeth in hatred. One had to know that in the great sage realm, it was extremely difficult to break through a small realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through 5 stages in a row. From the early stage of the great sage realm, he directly broke through to the great perfection of the great sage realm. He was only 1 step away from the holy lord realm. Was he still not satisfied with the speed? Why would he still need a bicycle? However, what made Jun Xiaoyao slightly satisfied was that the number of summer worlds in his body had broken through to 260 because of the life energy of the spring of life. The harvest is not bad, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. His cultivation broke through 5 stages in a row and reached the great perfection of the great sage realm. The space in his inner universe had doubled. The number of summer worlds in his body had reached 260. He had also successfully cultivated the divine spirit immortality technique in the life book. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's harvest this time was already very great. When I get the world tree in the ultimate trial ground and refine it into the inner universe, my strength will skyrocket. Not to mention breaking through to the Holy Lord realm. It's not impossible to directly break through to the quasi-supreme realm. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Although the spring of life was rare, it was still inferior to the world tree. Moreover, the world tree was filled with the power of the world, and the enhancement to the inner universe was far greater than the spring of life. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao might really be able to use it to step into the 7th stage of the supreme realm. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao would definitely be the youngest supreme realm big shot in history. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao didn't forget that he still had a chance to sign in at the end of the ancient road. The sign-in should be at the ultimate trial ground, the core of the ruins of God. I have a feeling that the reward this time should be very special. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, after all, this sign-in spanned the entire ancient road. If it didn't give him something good, then the system would be a little stingy. What can I get this time? I'm looking forward to it. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. He left the ancient cave where he was in seclusion. He checked on Princess Longji. She was still accepting the inheritance of the 9-fingered sage dragon emperor. The mysterious genius who defeated the young 9-fingered sage dragon emperor but didn't appear in the world. Could he be one of those seedlings buried in ancient history? Jun Xiaoyao had a guess in his heart. He shook his head slightly and casually used the 3rd seal. This way, no one could disturb Princess Longji from accepting the inheritance. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also left the buried Emperor Star. At the end of the ancient road, the world of the ruins of God should be a little more interesting. The 7 renegade emperors and those foreign geniuses should be able to cause some trouble. After all, being invincible is really lonely. Chapter 831. Jun Xiaoyao set off from the buried Emperor Star and headed to the end of the ancient road, the original imperial city. Naturally, there were no surprises along the way. To Jun Xiaoyao, the extremely dangerous ancient road of ultimate destination was nothing more than a sightseeing experience. With Jun Xiaoyao's speed and the teleportation formations along the way, it only took a month. Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the end of the ancient road of ultimate destination, the 108th checkpoint, the original imperial city. Looking at the majestic and incomparably ancient imperial city in front of him, which looked like a continent, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes also flashed with a faint light. He could feel that this city was extraordinary. It had existed since ancient times and had experienced countless upheavals, yet it still stood tall. As long as the original imperial city did not fall, the immortal domain would be fine. However, for some reason, Jun Xiaoyao had a vague feeling. The invasion of the foreign domain in this era of great battles was probably far more violent than any invasion in the past. Perhaps this time the original imperial city would. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and came back to his senses. Even if the sky collapsed, the tall ones would hold it up. There was no need for him to worry. Moreover, the Jun family had stood tall in the immortal domain for countless years. They must have their own trump cards, so there was no need to worry too much. With his hands behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the original imperial city. That's the Jun family's son of God. In the original imperial city, some sky prides sensed a powerful aura and entered the imperial city. Their gazes converged, and each of them was extremely shocked. That man was finally here. The entire outer area of the original imperial city was in an uproar. Whoosh! 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 In the void, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Those sky prides who came here heard the wind and gathered. Even the outlawed sky prides looked at Jun Xiaoyao with amazement in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's white robe was flawless. His entire body was shrouded in immortal radiance, and he looked divine and elegant. He was like an immortal walking in the mortal world. Many sky prides in the imperial city saw Jun Xiaoyao for the first time, and they could not hide the shock in their eyes. Some female sky prides' eyes were full of splendor. Such a banished immortal's temperament was too transcendent, making people unable to help but prostrate themselves in worship. With the Son of God here, I feel like I have more confidence in dealing with the other side. Right? I refuse to believe that there is someone more formidable than the Son of God in the foreign, younger generation. Many heavenly talents said. From this, one could see that, unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had already become the backbone of all the geniuses in the immortal realms. In the world of the ruins of God, as long as Jun Xiaoyao did not fall, they would have confidence. In the distance, a young and handsome monk was sitting cross-legged on a white jade dragon elephant. Reincarnated Arhut-di. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at him indifferently. He had seen Brahma of the Western Paradise sect before. However, compared to the reincarnated Arhut-di in front of him, Lord Brahma was still lacking. This Arhut-di was surrounded by ancient Buddhist light. He was the reincarnation of one of the bigwigs of the Buddhist schools who had awakened his innate wisdom. On the other side of the sky, dark chi surged as a blurry figure stood within it. The son of hell is also here. Some heavenly talents exclaimed. This top heavenly talent of the Netherworld King bloodline was known as the Grim Reaper. One could see how powerful he was. There was a trace of coldness in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The Netherworld King bloodline had interfered in the Jun family's immortal war, so he only had killing intent towards this bloodline. The son of hell's cold eyes were like the cold stars in the sky. Obviously, he also had hostility towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, we meet again. There was the sound of clanging swords. A young man in black with cold facial features came over on a sword. Yi Guqin. Jun Xiaoyao's expression eased a little. He had a good impression of Yi Guqin, the supreme sword technique created by himself. The 10,000 deities tribulation was still fresh in his memory. And now Yi Guqin's strength was obviously not what it used to be. We'll have another chance to fight again, but before that we can compete to see who can kill more foreign beings, Yi Guqin said calmly. Sure. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Young Master Jun. A joyful voice was heard. A man and a woman came from afar. It was Yu Huashang and Yu Huashang. Yu Huashang came to Jun Xiaoyao. Her face was flushed, and she was a little excited. Brother Jun, long time no see. Yu Huashang smiled as well. The surrounding cultivators clicked their tongues when they saw the supreme outlawed sky prides appearing one after another. These young masters, who were rarely seen, all showed up to pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao had a prominent position among the younger generation of the immortal realm. It seems like the ultimate trial hasn't opened yet, Jun Xiaoyao said. If it had, these heavenly talents would not have stayed here. If Brother Jun doesn't come, who else can carry the banner of the immortal realm's younger generation? Yu Huashang chatted happily with Jun Xiaoyao like an old friend. Brother Yu Huashang, you're flattering me, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. By the way, there's something I think you should know, Yu Huashang said. Then, he briefly told Jun Xiaoyao about Yu Chanwan. Because I'm not related to Yu Chanwan, it's not appropriate for me to interfere. However, I heard that Brother Jun is related to her, so I'm telling you, Yu Huashang said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Those who knew him well knew what that smile meant. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not accept Yu Chanwan as his follower, he was the one who saved Yu Chanwan. Moreover, the Taiyin jade hair was also captured. Even if it was for the cute Taiyin jade hair, Jun Xiaoyao would not turn a blind eye. After all, the feeling of petting a rabbit was not bad. The descendants of the gatekeeper's family, huh? They're quite brave, Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful tone. Yu Huashang frowned and warned, Brother Jun, the gatekeeper's family has a special status. You can't kill them like how you treat others. Otherwise, you'll be criticized. That's why they're fearless and dare to provoke me. However, it's a pity that they've misjudged my character. After Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and spoke again. This time he used his spiritual power. His voice was majestic and spread out like waves. If I don't see you in 15 minutes, don't blame me for staining the imperial city with blood today. Boom! A boundless aura exploded from Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was extremely cold like a torch and caused a huge commotion in the original imperial city. Peak Great Sage. Sensing this aura, Yu Huashang's pupils trembled. Not only him, but the Yamat Emperor reincarnated Arhut Di and the others were also shocked. Peak Great Sage Stage. Previously, the Jun family's son of God had just broken through to the Great Sage Stage. How did he reach the peak of the Great Sage Stage now? Everyone was shocked. All the Sky Prides were dumbfounded. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was one of the reasons for their shock. The other reason was Jun Xiaoyao's attitude towards the gatekeeper's family. Previously, everyone was guessing if Jun Xiaoyao would hold back when facing the gatekeeper's family. Now, it seemed that he was still as domineering as before. He did not hold back because of the gatekeeper's family's special status. Almost at the same time, in the original imperial city, in the Kai family, Peng family, and Hong family, the three gatekeeper families, Kai Song, Peng Fei, and Hong Qian's expressions changed when they heard this voice. The pressure in that voice made them feel a little scared. In the Kai family, the mysterious star saint protector said, "It's fine. You guys go. He won't dare to touch you." Yes, we naturally have the confidence. Kai Song regained his confidence, not to mention the star saint protector and the lord behind him. Just based on his identity as a gatekeeper, would Jun Xiaoyao really dare to kill him in the original imperial city? Thinking of this, Kai Song led a team of Iron Cloak soldiers and left for Jun Xiaoyao's side. Pang Fei, Hong Qian, and the others did the same. In the original imperial city, the gatekeeper's family was the heavens. Who would dare to rebel? Chapter 832. In the original imperial city, Jun Xiaoyao stood leisurely with his hands behind his back. After shouting that sentence, Jun Xiaoyao did not move. But everyone understood. If Kai Song and the other two did not do anything, the situation would be really bad. If the descendants of the other immortal forces were to face the descendants of the gatekeepers, they might choose to retreat. Bear with it for a while, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the sky will be clear. But Jun Xiaoyao was not such a person. Less than half an hour later, sonorous footsteps could be heard in the distance. Kai Song, Pang Fei, and Hong Qian arrived with 3 teams of iron cloak soldiers. All the geniuses around were watching. On one side were the descendants of the gatekeepers, who were respected by thousands of people in the mystic realm and had a special status. On the other side was the powerful and domineering son of God of the Jun family. How would this conflict end? Son of God of the Jun family, seeing is believing. You are indeed extraordinary. After the 3 families arrived, Kai Song cupped his hand slightly, but there was a hint of politeness. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed extraordinary, and was now the number 1 of the younger generation in the mystic realm. But who knew if he would still be the same in the future? Kai Song knew that if the lord they chose to follow was born, his prestige would not be weaker than Jun Xiaoyao. After all, that lord had a super strong physique that was unparalleled in history. It could even be better than the sacred body of the ancients. Where is she? Jun Xiaoyao looked down and said indifferently. Kai Song heard that, and his eyes changed slightly. He then said, Son of God of the Jun family, as far as I know, although you saved Yu Chanwan once, she doesn't seem to be your follower. She has nothing to do with you, right? Jun Xiaoyao was expressionless and said again, This son of God is asking again. Where is she? Son of God of the Jun family, since Yu Chanwan is not important to you, why don't you make a request as long as we can fulfill it? To be honest, Kai Song thought that he had already restrained himself. If it were the geniuses of other immortal forces, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. After all, those people wouldn't dare to offend them. However, it was impossible to say that Jun Xiaoyao's momentum wasn't weak at all. Therefore, Kai Song thought that if he could avoid falling out with them, then he would. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, as cold as frost. He asked for the 3rd time, For the last time, where is he? Before Kai Song could get angry, Pang Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and shout. That's enough, Jun Xiaoyao. We're treating you with courtesy because of the Jun Xiaoyao. Don't fail to appreciate our kindness. We want him. We won't hand him over to you. Pang Fei's cold shout resounded throughout the heavens and earth. As the descendants of the glorious gatekeeper, they were revered and revered by everyone. This was the first time he had spoken so humbly to someone else. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao didn't seem to care, which made Pang Fei extremely unhappy. The surrounding geniuses were all dumbfounded. There was actually someone who dared to berate Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he wanted to die, this wasn't the way to do it, right? Huh. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. I've already said it 3 times. I, the Son of God, have been merciful and tolerant to the descendants of the gatekeepers. However, Jun Xiaoyao paused, then stepped on the Kuan Peng's extreme speed. His figure seemed to have teleported as he swept in front of Pang Fei. Oh no! The iron-clad soldier behind Pang Fei reacted quickly. However, there was nothing they could do. Jun Xiaoyao was even faster. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao pointed a finger, which was surrounded by lightning runes. The Lightning Emperor's grand theurgy, Lightning Emperor Finger. With his current cultivation base, even a great saint of the same level would be killed in an instant. Not to mention a good-for-nothing like Pang Fei. Normally, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't even look at such a person. Splat! Jun Xiaoyao's finger pierced through Pang Fei's forehead, and even his primordial spirit was directly strangled. A gatekeeper's descendant was dead. Dead silence. There was absolute silence between heaven and earth. Killing a gatekeeper's descendant in the original imperial city was simply something that had never happened before. Jun Xiaoyao, you're crazy. At the side, Hong Qian covered her cheeks with her jade-like hands and screamed. Jun Xiaoyao actually dared to attack. Impudent, the iron-clad soldiers of the Pang family unleashed their auras, and their killing intent surged as they charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. There was no lack of great saints among them, and their killing intent was monstrous. Facing this group of people, Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly and stomped his foot. With a thud, the soldiers were sent flying. You've all been on the battlefield and killed enemies. Are you going to lose your lives for a good-for-nothing? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. The soldiers' eyes were filled with shock. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too terrifying. They couldn't even summon the slightest strength to resist. At the same time, they felt a bit conflicted. Just now, if Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to kill them, they would already be in the Yellow Springs. Murder. The Jun family's son of God wantonly slaughtered our gatekeeper's descendant. Our ancestors laid down their heads for the immortal region, spilling their blood and dying in foreign lands without regret. Now, our descendants are being slaughtered by the immortal region's people. Hong Qian screamed loudly. This attracted even more people in the original imperial city. As for those big shots, they stayed in the depths of the imperial city and the border all year round, and wouldn't easily come to the outskirts. A few people who didn't know the cause and effect frowned when they saw this. Even those who knew the cause and effect thought that Jun Xiaoyao was too reckless and his actions were a bit extreme. Does the Jun family's son of God really have to rely on killing to solve problems? Isn't it too cruel to treat the gatekeeper's descendant like this? That's right. It's just two women. The Jun family's son of God killed the gatekeeper's descendant for women. It's not right. Such voices gradually sounded in the surroundings. This was the reason why gossip was a fearful thing. This is troublesome. The ascended king also frowned slightly. How can this be? It's clearly the gatekeeper's descendant's fault. Yun Chang was incomparably furious, facing the clamor from all directions. Kai Song's eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. This was the reason why they dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. With a heroic background, what were they afraid of? Hong Qian's face was pale. She was screaming loudly, but there was a trace of mockery and gloating in her eyes. You, Jun Xiaoyao, are strong. You have a strong background too. But so what? Would you be able to stop everyone's criticism and long-winded mouths? A mouthful of saliva from each person could drown Jun Xiaoyao. Facing such a situation, even the geniuses from the immortal forces would panic. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. In his previous life, he was used to seeing such things. A bunch of trolls who were unreasonable and only knew how to vent their self-righteousness with their mouths and keyboards. They were still smug, thinking that they had done the right thing. Such a group of hypocritical guardians of justice who stood on the moral high ground only made Jun Xiaoyao feel disgusted. Shut up! A cold voice sounded, shaking the surroundings. Everyone felt suffocated. There were even some who were directly knocked over. The blood in their chest churned, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The dead won't be noisy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He slapped Hong Qian with a backhand. Hong Qian's face was distorted, and she was incomparably terrified. The surrounding soldiers of the Hong family tried to stop Jun Xiaoyao, but they were no match for him. Bang! The palm wind tore Hong Qian's delicate body apart. Her blood and bones were smashed into minced meat, as if she had been cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Her sharp mouth could no longer speak because her mouth was gone. As for her primordial spirit, it was also smashed into ashes by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. The whole place was dead silent. Ignoring the criticism of the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao killed the descendant of the gatekeeper again. This was no longer lawless. It was simply unscrupulous. What does the criticism of the world have to do with me? If I want to kill, who dares to stop me? Chapter 833. Jun Xiaoyao's words were sonorous, and they shook the surroundings. Many prodigies' faces turned pale. This was the first time they experienced Jun Xiaoyao's power. It was a kind of supreme dominance that surpassed all living beings in the 9 heavens. He didn't care at all, and he didn't care about the cold eyes and criticism of the people of the world. For a moment, all sound seemed to have been sucked away. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves, and his eyes were cold and disdainful as he looked at Kaisong, who was trembling like a lamb. A bunch of bastards who only know how to rely on the reputation of their ancestors to intimidate others. Their deaths are not regrettable. In terms of heroes, these gatekeepers were indeed heroes worthy of respect. But don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, was also a hero. In that case, Jun Xiaoyao was also a descendant of a hero. It was precisely because of this that Jun Xiaoyao hated Kaisong and the others' actions even more. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing them. You. Seeing Pang Fei and Hong Qian die in an instant, Kaisong's face turned pale and his voice trembled. He couldn't speak clearly. Fear seized his brain. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was very powerful and had always been fearless, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. In the original imperial city, he killed the gatekeeper's descendants without hesitation. This kind of person was the most terrifying, because he had no scruples and would only do things according to his heart. If it was an ordinary prodigy who acted like this, they would have died countless times already. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He had the capital. An invincible family was supporting him. He was also an invincible existence among the younger generation of the celestial realm. When such a person acted without scruples, the sky would collapse. This son of God gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now it's too late. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly, his eyes cold and emotionless. He casually pointed a finger, and the Lightning Emperor's finger pierced through the void and crushed toward Kaisong. No, my lord, save me. Kaisong was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The feeling of being on the verge of death made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Just then, a powerful ray of starlight fell from the sky and collided with the finger of the Thunder Emperor. A figure wearing a silver cloak and a white mask appeared in the void. A wave of great saint realm fluctuations spread out. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. The surrounding people were also surprised. They didn't expect that someone would dare to stop Jun Xiaoyao at this time. Jun Xiaoyao, you still dare to act so recklessly in the original Emperor City? You have no rules at all. Isn't this a little too much? The person who appeared was naturally Star Protector. He was also the follower of the mysterious lord that Kaisong and the others spoke of. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while and understood something. Previously, he also found it strange. No matter how unbearable the descendant of the gatekeeper was, he was still a good-for-nothing. They wouldn't go as far as to snatch the sacred body of lunar physique just because they saw it. There should be more to it. As expected, it turned out that Kaisong and the others were just lackeys. Kaisong and the others took Yu Chanwan away for the sake of my lord. I advise you to avoid trouble and let it go, Star Protector said coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding Sky Prides were shocked. They could sense Star Protector's cultivation aura. He was not much weaker than the supreme outlawed Sky Prides. Yet he was just a follower. Then, what kind of terrifying existence was the master behind him? Could it be that the seed is about to be born? The Ascendant King's expression became slightly more serious. Brother, do you mean that there's a seed-level figure behind them? Yu Yunchang was also aware of the situation. That's right. If that's the case, it means that the seed buried in the ancient history might be ready to bloom. When that happens, the situation of the younger generation in the immortal domain will change drastically and be reshuffled. Brother June, it'll be very difficult for you to be the number one person among the younger generation. The Ascendant King sighed slightly. Those who were treated as seeds were all top-notch sky prides in this era. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao, the defiant seven sovereigns, and the supreme outlawed sky prides were all qualified to be the seed-level figures of this era. However, the time they took to grow was much shorter than those seeds. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage. Star Protector's words made the crowd think of many things. There was probably an extremely extraordinary person standing behind him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change as he said coldly, "I, the Son of God, do not want to talk to a lackey. Tell the person behind you to come out." Jun Xiaoyao, you. Star Protector's eyes flashed coldly. Jun Xiaoyao should have guessed that the person behind him was a seed-level figure. Moreover, it was an absolute taboo among the seeds. Even so, Jun Xiaoyao did not give him any face. "My master has yet to be born. However, when he's born—" Star Protector said coldly. However, Jun Xiaoyao frowned before he was able to finish a sentence and threw a punch at him. "Shut up!" Rumble. Golden qi and blood surged like a heavenly waterfall and swept in all directions. The giant hand intertwined with the laws pressed down on Star Protector like a golden sky crushing down. With Jun Xiaoyao's current great sage, great perfection level strength, he could crush someone like Star Protector like a dog. "Jun Xiaoyao, you dare to attack my master!" Star Protector shouted angrily and unleashed all of his strength. There was even a galaxy phenomenon. However, under this palm, everything was turned into ashes. His physical body collapsed, his primordial spirit dissipated, and his body and spirit were destroyed. "I don't care who's behind you. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him." Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves, not minding the matter at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. A powerhouse who was close to becoming a supreme outlawed sky pride was killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single slap. They were both great saints, but how could there be such a huge gap between them? Even a holy lord would need 2 or 3 moves to deal with a great saint. He's not the reincarnation of a great emperor, but he's stronger than one. The reincarnated Bodhisattva D's eyes were deep. He's that strong? Amidst the rolling black mist, the Yanma Emperor's eyes were also very solemn. As expected of you, Yi Guqin was also a little emotional. It could be said that although Jun Xiaoyao's realm was great perfection level, his strength was far beyond a great saint powerhouse. It could even be said that Jun Xiaoyao was not weaker than those seeds who were about to be born. Jun Xiaoyao had caught up with those top-notch taboo seeds buried in history when he was only in his 20s. This kind of talent and strength was shocking. You killed Lord Star Protector." Kai Song was so scared that his soul was about to leave his body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, and he said calmly, as the descendant of the guardian hero, "You're willing to be someone else's lackey, groveling and servile. I, the Son of God, feel ashamed for your ancestors. You actually slandered our guardian bloodline like this." Kai Song's face turned red. Jun Xiaoyao humiliated him in public. It was really humiliating. "Why don't you come with me to the world of divine ruins? Let's compete to see who can kill more foreign creatures." Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Kai Song was immediately speechless. With his trash strength, wasn't going to the world of divine ruins like sending food to the foreign geniuses? He wouldn't even know how he died. Seeing Kai Song's performance, many cultivators were speechless. The descendant of a hero was actually such a coward as timid as a mouse. "You don't dare? Then let me, the Son of God, clean up the house for the guardian family." As his words fell, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and attacked Kai Song. Kai Song's face turned pale and his crotch was wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Seeing this, the surrounding geniuses couldn't stand it anymore. How could the descendant of this guardian be described as unbearable? That's enough. Stop! A cold shout rang out, and at the same time, an aura that was far more powerful than a ninth stage saint spread out. Quasi-supreme stage. Uncle, save me. Kai Song screamed as if he had found a life-saving straw. Chapter 834. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe walked through the void. He was a manager of the Kai family. His name was Kai Ji, and his cultivation was at the quasi-supreme stage. The real big shots of the Kai family were all in the depths of the imperial city or at the border. They had no time to stay in the family. Seeing the bloody scene in front of him and Kai Song's miserable appearance, Kai Ji's face turned cold. Jun Xiaoyao, this is the original imperial city, not the Huangtian mystic realm. In the Huangtian mystic realm, the Jun family can do whatever they want. But here it's better to behave, Kai Ji said coldly. Although Jun Xiaoyao had killed the descendants of the gatekeepers, he couldn't make things too difficult. There was only one reason. That was Jun Wuhui. After all, Jun Wuhui had a great reputation at the border. But recently, Jun Wuhui's disappearance had caused quite a stir. Uncle, that Jun Xiaoyao massacred the people of the gatekeepers. You have to do something about it for me. Kai Song cried and came to Kai Ji's side. That's enough. Stop crying and wailing. What a scandal. Kai Ji shouted. Even he couldn't bear to watch. But Kai Ji knew about Kai Song, Xing Xinghu, and the mysterious master behind him. He also turned a blind eye to it. After all, the origin of the mysterious master was shocking even to him. It could be said that if they could really ride on the coattails of that master, the Kai family could indeed prosper. Jun Xiaoyao, you've killed him. Let's both take a step back. As for the Pang family and the Hong family, I'll deal with them. How about that? Kai Ji said, hand her over. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent. He didn't have the slightest respect for Kai Ji just because he was a quasi-supreme stage. Yu Chanwan is to be offered to that master. We can't hand her over, Kai Song objected. The arrival of Kai Ji, a quasi-supreme expert, allowed Kai Song to regain his composure and become fearless. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, he could only display his prowess at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. A 7th level supreme martial artist was not someone a Saint Realm cultivator could afford to offend. It seems that you really want to die. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a cold light as he attacked Kai Song again. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far, Kai Ji said calmly. The great Saint Realm was indeed very strong. But in front of him, a quasi-supreme martial artist, what could he do? Kai Ji struck out with his palm, and the might of a quasi-supreme swept out. Jun Xiaoyao attacked Kai Ji. At the same time, the power of the 260 summer worlds in his body exploded. His saintly body's blood essence surged and attacked Kai Ji. What? The son of God of the Jun family actually attacked Supreme Kai Ji. All the geniuses were petrified. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a great saint dared to attack a supreme martial artist. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. As soon as Kai Ji finished speaking, he immediately felt a boundless and terrifying pressure crushing toward him. It was like a world was rolling toward him. The power of 260 summer worlds was extremely terrifying. The void collapsed, and all kinds of chaotic energy and spatial turbulence filled the air. It even triggered the original imperial city's defense, and many ancient defensive Tao patterns appeared. Boom! The terrifying collision burst out a huge wave of magic power. Jun Xiaoyao and Kai Ji were almost knocked back at the same time. However, Jun Xiaoyao pointed his finger at Yi Fuqian as he was sent flying. No. Kai Song's fearless face instantly turned into despair. Uft! Killed with one finger. Kai Song dead. Jun Xiaoyao Yu. Kai Ji's expression froze, and he couldn't believe it. Everyone's expression was the same as his. Their eyes were wide open, Their mouths were agape, their souls were trembling, and their scalps were numb. That was a quasi-supreme, a big shot who had stepped into the 7th stage supreme martial artist. He actually fought to a draw with Jun Xiaoyao. What was this? Even the reincarnated Bodhisattva D, the Yama Emperor and other outlawed geniuses, couldn't keep calm when they saw this scene. To be fair, if they used some trump cards, they could also resist a few moves from a quasi-supreme. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao just casually attacked, and he didn't use his real trump card. The gap between them was huge. "You're Kaiji? What a rookie," Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Kaiji was considered weak among the quasi-supreme. He probably hadn't been to the foreign battlefield much. "Junior, you're too arrogant." Kaiji's heart was filled with anger. He was a quasi-supreme, and Jun Xiaoyao, a junior in the Great Saint realm, killed Kai Song right under his nose. Moreover, he even exchanged a palm with him. However, what shocked Kaiji was that Jun Xiaoyao's divine power was as vast as the universe. Perhaps some supreme being powerhouse's physical strength was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao's, not to mention a quasi-supreme like him. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Jun Wuhui," Kai Ji said coldly. He couldn't kill Jun Xiaoyao. The consequences would be too terrifying. However, he could still teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father?" Jun Wuhui was not someone a mere quasi-supreme martial artist like him could compare to. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. What made everyone's jaws drop was, even if Kaiji fought seriously, he still couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao. "You're really a rookie," Yunchang laughed. At the same time, in the deepest part of the original imperial city, in a certain spatial vault, some old antiques with high seniority were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, these old antiques opened their eyes and woke up from their cultivation. What's going on? Has the imperial city's defensive formation been activated? There's the aura of a supreme being. Could it be that a supreme being from another domain has sneaked into the imperial city? That aura, it's from the Kai family, an old antique said. In the crowd, an old man in a green robe changed his expression. He was an ancestor of the Kai family named Kai Chong. "It's that kid Kaiji." No, his opponent, that aura. As if he had sensed something, Kai Chong's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, did we offend that family?" Kai Chong hurriedly got up. At the border, many of the guarding elders were on that family's side. "What's wrong, Taoist Kai Chong?" An old man in a blue robe and an old woman in a red robe came forward. They were one of the ancestors of the Pang family and the Hong family. The three families were relatively close. "Something's wrong." Kai Chong left the space without looking back. The patriarchs of the other two clans exchanged glances with one another. Then they followed suit. At about the same time, in another space there was a tall tower. An old man in a linen robe sat cross-legged on the tower. The primal chaos chi lingered around his body, endlessly swallowing and spitting out countless ripples in the air. He was a 7th-level supreme being, a terrifying expert at the chaotic Tao sovereign level. But the most eye-catching thing was the 4 terrifying claw scars on the old man's forehead. Those were permanent scars left behind by his battle with the top experts of the foreign evil dragon bloodline. Because of the 4 scars on his forehead, the people of the original imperial city and the border all called him the 4th Master Scar. The 4th Master Scar was an elder of the border with an extremely high status. Several generations of his ancestors had died on the foreign battlefield. It was extremely tragic, and he was the only one left. This kind of sacrifice allowed 4th Brother Ba Si's prestige to be extremely high in the original Emperor city and the border. He was almost an elder of the gatekeeper bloodline. Even some of the ancestors of the gatekeeper families had to bow respectfully when they saw him. At this moment, the fourth Master Scar, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his old eyes. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. That aura! It's the bloodline of our benefactor. The fourth Master Scar stood up, and the chaotic energy around him surged like a tide. But he seemed to have sensed something, and a hint of unprecedented anger appeared in his eyes. Damn it! Our benefactor guarded the border for many years, and his name shook the foreign domain. But his bloodline was suppressed in the imperial city. Who did it? I'll skin him alive. The fourth Master Scar roared angrily. This feeling was like an iron-blooded general guarding the border for the country, and he was willing to go through fire and water. But in the end, his son was being bullied. How could he not be angry? The fourth Master Scar directly tore through the void and left with monstrous anger. Chapter 835. In the outer region of the original imperial city, there was the sound of the void cracking, and there were ripples of magic power. However, this kind of exchange caused everyone to be stunned. A quasi-supreme against a great saint. Logically speaking, it should be a complete crushing. However, the current situation was that the head of the Kai family, Kai Ji, had already exchanged more than 10 moves with Jun Xiaoyao. However, he couldn't suppress him. Of course, Kai Ji didn't use any trump cards. If he still had to use his trump cards to deal with a great saint, he really didn't care about his reputation at all. Kai Ji didn't have to stay in the original imperial city anymore. Even a finger of a quasi-supreme is enough to severely injure a divine, lord-level expert, but it can't do anything to the son of God of the Jun family. Moreover, the son of God of the Jun family didn't even try to force it, let alone get hurt. In the face of Kai Ji's moves, Jun Xiaoyao dealt with them very calmly. With his current cultivation, he really didn't have to worry about dealing with a weaker quasi-supreme like Kai Ji. At this moment, the void trembled, and 3 figures of old men, filled with the aura of supremes, appeared. Stop! The leading old man in green robes shouted. It was Kai Chong of the Kai family. In addition, the Pang family's ancestor and the Hong family's old woman also followed. Old ancestor. Kai Ji's expression was awkward and embarrassed. The most embarrassing thing was that he and Kai Song had utterly embarrassed the Kai family. The most embarrassing thing was that although he knew what Kai Song had done, he could only turn a blind eye to it. He also didn't report it to the old ancestor, because in his opinion, hugging someone's thigh was also beneficial to the Kai family. To be honest, he was really tired of guarding the border. Why couldn't they, the gatekeeper families, be like those immortal forces, peacefully develop in the immortal realm? It was because of this dissatisfaction and selfishness that Kai Ji would cover up what Kai Song had done. Jun Xiaoyao stopped what he was doing and smirked coldly. Is this what the old one looks like after beating up the young one? Are you really his son? Kai Chong was shocked. He secretly cursed his own family for daring to provoke such a big trouble. My father is Jun Wuhui. I would like to see how you will deal with today's matter. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The more Kai Chong watched, the more frightened he became. Jun Xiaoyao's bearing and image were practically carved from the same mold as the white-robed God King. No, it seemed to be even more outstanding. In the future, he might be a peerless figure that surpassed the white-clothed Divine King. Bastard, what the hell is going on? Kai Chong was so angry that his liver hurt. The expressions of the Pang family's patriarch and the Hong family's old lady were also unsightly. The reason for that was because they had also noticed that Pang Fei and Hong Qian had died there. However, before Kai Ji could explain, space suddenly split open and chaotic energy spilled out. An old man in linen robes strode through space with seemingly material flames of rage. Mother asterisk her, which bastard dares to bully the descendant of our benefactor? The terrifying chaotic energy covered the entire area. Some of the heavenly talents were even directly knocked to the ground. Tao Master Hundan! Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a battle between the younger generation would not only attract a patriarch? Now, even Tao Master Hundan had appeared. It's the fourth Master Scar. Seeing the old man in linen robes, the expressions of Kai Chong and the others suddenly changed. The fourth Master Scar's position in the lineage of the gatekeepers was unquestionable, and the person whom the fourth Master Scar respected the most was Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui had even saved his life on the battlefield of the foreign realm. It's you. The fourth Master Scar locked his gaze on Kai Ji at a glance. No. Fourth Master Scar. Facing the fourth Master Scar, who was at the level of Tao Master Hundan, Kai Ji had really become a weakling, trembling like a quail. Boom! Without another word, the fourth Master Scar directly attacked Kai Ji and gave him a good beating. Poof! 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 Kai Ji, who had the demeanor of a powerhouse, was now like a broken sack being swung around by the fourth Master Scar. Boom! 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 The ground of the original imperial city was incomparably sturdy, with many ancient defensive runes engraved on it. But now the fourth Master Scar was swinging Kai Ji and smashing him to the ground, causing web-like cracks to spread. A Quasi-Supreme and Tao Master Hundan were simply not on the same level. The fourth Master Scar was beating Kai Ji as if he was playing a game. Fourth Master Scar. Wait. Spare me. Let's talk this out. Kai Ji did not dare to resist at all, nor did he have the ability to resist. He spat out blood and screamed. Looking at the miserable state Kai Ji was in, the corners of the eyes of the heavenly talents present twitched slightly. What a miserable state! Fourth Master Scar, please calm down first. Let's talk things out before making a decision, Kai Chong said with cupped fists. Although he was an ancestor-level figure, in front of a senior figure like the fourth Master Scar, he was still inferior. After all, they were only the ancestors of the various families, while the fourth Master Scar enjoyed extremely high prestige in the entire lineage of the gatekeepers. Humph! The fourth Master Scar heavily smashed Kai Ji to the ground. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. A dignified, quasi-supreme martial artist was now badly battered and bleeding profusely. Countless bones in his body were broken, and even his teeth had fallen out. He was no better than a beggar in the secular world. The fourth Master Scar coldly glanced at Kai Ji, then turned around and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. That old face that was filled with anger immediately calmed down, and even overflowed with a smile. Similar, indeed similar. The fourth Master Scar chuckled. Senior, thank you for your help. I wonder if you... Jun Xiaoyao slightly cupped his fists, his eyes filled with doubt. He could see that this old man was kind and benevolent towards him. However, he was not clear about the situation at the border, let alone the old man's identity. However, he was sure that this old man in front of him was not from the Jun family. Haha, you must be Xiaoyao. You are indeed carved from the same mold as our benefactor. The fourth Master Scar chuckled. Benefactor? Jun Xiaoyao caught this point. At the side, the Ascendant King opened his mouth and explained. I see. My father saved you before. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, finally understanding. Yes, I still remember that when I was patrolling in the battlefield of the foreign realm, I was ambushed by some old foxes from the foreign realm. The 4 scars on my head were left by the Tao Masters of the foreign realm's evil dragon bloodline. At that time, a few Tao Masters from the foreign realm surrounded me. In the end, our benefactor appeared. I still can't forget our benefactor's grace at that time. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and with a simple wave of his hand, he killed a few Tao Masters from the chaos as if they were dust. The fourth Master Scar could not help but reveal a look of reverence when he said this. Jun Wuhui's grace and charisma could be seen from the fact that a senior figure like the fourth Master Scar respected him so much. Hearing this, many sky prides in the surroundings clenched their fists slightly, their hearts surging with emotions. The white-robed supreme, being Jun Wuhui. This was the ideal and perfect hero in their hearts. With a wave of his hand, a Tao master from the chaos fell. How terrifying was that? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was not sure what realm his father was at. However, it seemed that his father was at least at the quasi-emperor realm. In addition, Jun Wuhui had a terrifying battle record of killing quasi-supreme beings at the Saint Realm. No one would be able to guess what his true strength was. In that case, I am also considered a powerful second generation. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Chapter 836. What's going on here? You'd better give us an explanation. The fourth Master Scar turned to look at the three guardian families with an unfriendly expression. If it weren't for the guardian's special identity, he would have slapped Kai Ji to death. Kai Ji, what's going on? Tell the fourth Master Scar. Kai Chong shouted coldly. These ancestors were all in seclusion in the depths of the imperial city, constantly observing the situation at the border. They weren't too clear about the situation of their families. This. Kai Ji's throat tightened and he couldn't speak. It seems that you want to be locked in the dungeon, the fourth Master Scar said coldly. Kai Ji's body trembled violently when he heard this. What kind of place was the dungeon? It was a place where criminals of the foreign domain were locked up. Being locked up there was worse than death. I'll talk. Kai Ji could only grit his teeth and tell him what he knew. After speaking, Kai Chang's face immediately became extremely gloomy. Shame. Absolute shame. As a hero family, the descendants of the Guardians. These descendants actually wanted to kneel down and suck up to others, then withdraw from the border. This was already more than tarnishing the wisdom of their ancestors. It was simply betraying the beliefs of the Guardians. The belief of the Guardians was to lay down their heads for the immortal region, shed their blood and guard the border forever. Foolish! Kai Chong sighed deeply. Perhaps it was because the immortal region had been peaceful for too long. There hadn't been a war for too long, so the younger generation had forgotten who fought for this peaceful territory. Without the blood of the ancestors, how could the descendants have any shade? The fourth Master Scar's face was also very cold. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that you all only want to enjoy the glory of your ancestors, and not be willing to shed blood and sacrifice like your ancestors." No, Kai Ji's face flushed red. A dignified, quasi-supreme master's Tao heart was actually shaken. Sai, this time it's all our fault. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. Kai Chong and the others clasped their hands towards Jun Xiaoyao. Logically and emotionally they were wrong. Looking at the attitude of the three patriarchs, Jun Xiaoyao's expression softened slightly. Although there were some dandy scum among the young people of these families, but these old people still had faith. Otherwise, he would not have been stationed at the border all this time. Jun Xiaoyao also calmly cupped his hands and said, "Seniors, there's no need for this. Since the culprit is already dead, just hand over my people and I'll let it go." Jun Xiaoyao was not the kind of person who would pester her. "Of course. Why don't you go and bring him here?" Kai Chong nodded hurriedly. The Kai family also sent people to fetch Yu Chanwan and Taiyin Jade Hair. We can't just let it go like this. We have to be clear about the rewards and punishments. Next time, if a war breaks out in the otherworldly battlefield, the three of you will charge at the front. Fourth Master Scar said in a low voice. Yes. Kai Chong and the others did not object. Kai Ji opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. In a cruel place like the otherworldly battlefield, even as strong as a supreme, there was a high possibility of death. However, he did not dare to refute anything and could only accept his fate. Xiaoyao, I'm sorry that you encountered such unpleasant things when you just came to the imperial city. Fourth Master Scar was a little embarrassed. After all, this was also his territory. In the end, he let the son of his benefactor suffer such treatment. His face was also gloomy. "Senior, don't say that. I still have to thank you for your help." Jun Xiaoyao smiled, as modest as a gentleman. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, Fourth Master Scar's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Like father, like son. When it was time to act, he was decisive and did not hesitate. But when it was time to be humble, he was gentle like a gentleman. Such temperament, such talent, such strength. Jun Xiaoyao deserved to be a one-of-a-kind monster. By the way, as an apology, Xiaoyao can go to the Merit Hall and choose something for free. Fourth Master Scar chuckled. Hearing the 3 words Merit Hall, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators in the original imperial city instantly turned red. Their eyes were filled with excitement and desire. That was a place that all the border cultivators dreamed of entering. As if seeing the confusion in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Fourth Master Scar explained. Although the otherworldly battlefield has been quiet for a long time and has not launched a large-scale attack, small conflicts and small-scale battles still happen from time to time. The Merit Hall was built a long time ago. There are many divine powers and cultivation methods passed down by the immortal realm forces, ancient sects, supreme dynasties, and clan of the ancients. There are also all kinds of treasures from the otherworldly battlefield or the world of divine ruins, foreign scriptures, ancient weapons, and so on. However, all of these can only be exchanged with merit points. And merit points can only be obtained by killing the creatures of the otherworldly battlefield. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, understanding what was going on. Consider it as compensation for our young friend. You can choose one thing for free, Fourth Master Scar said. Thank you, Senior. Jun Xiaoyao did not stand on ceremony and nodded in agreement. It would be a waste not to take the opportunity for free. After Jun Xiaoyao temporarily settled down in the imperial city, he would go to the Merit Hall to take a look. Not long after, the Kai family in the distance arrived with 2 beauties, one big and one small. Young Master! Tying Jade Hair saw Jun Xiaoyao and cried out loudly. Her bright red eyes were as red as coral and teary. She rushed to Jun Xiaoyao like a rabbit and threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Sob, young master, I finally see you. I don't even have the appetite to eat carrots after being separated from young master, Tying Jade Hair said. Is that so? Then I'm really guilty. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled and rubbed Tying Jade Hair's silver hair and furry rabbit ears. Yes, young master. So you have to compensate little you. Tying Jade Hair said righteously. How? Stroke me every day, brush my fur, and little you wants to eat a lot of carrots, white carrots, green carrots. The little rabbit counted with her fingers. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He liked this cute pet very much. Young master, sorry to trouble you again. Yu Chanwan stepped forward, blushing and a little embarrassed. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had already saved her from the 10 princes of Jinwu. Now, she had to rely on Jun Xiaoyao to save her again. She was a little embarrassed. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. This was indeed a small matter for him. But the trouble might not be just that. I heard from Kai Song that he has a mysterious benefactor backing him. Yu Chanwan felt a little guilty. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to get into more trouble. I have more than 1 or 2 enemies. It doesn't matter if there's 1 more or 1 less. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take it to heart. There was no burden on one's debts. As long as one was strong enough, there was not much difference between 1 enemy and 100 enemies. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's calm and collected appearance, Yu Chanjuan's crystal-clear eyes flashed with a trace of blurred admiration. The man's restrained confidence was really attractive. Chanwan has nothing to repay you with. I'm willing to follow you and join the emperor's court to serve you. Yu Chanwan bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. With this bow, her curves were exposed. It was dazzling white. It was shockingly big. The curve was perfect. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood why so many people coveted Yu Chanjuan's body. The sacred body of Taiyin really had a good figure. The matter came to an end. The fourth Master Scar looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Xiaoyao, you should stay in the imperial city for the time being. It won't be long before the ultimate trial, the world of the ruins of God, opens again. When the time comes, I will take you there. At the same time, you will have a difficult task." A difficult task? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. That's right. It's even related to the survival of the border. The fourth Master Scar's words made Jun Xiaoyao's expression turn serious. It seemed that this ultimate trial was not simple. It was many times crueler than the previous epics. Chapter 837. Of course, I'll tell you more about the quest when everyone is here. For now, Xiaoyao will stay in the Emperor City for the time being to rest and prepare for the upcoming challenge, the fourth Master Scar said with a smile. He still had a lot of faith in Jun Xiaoyao. His cultivation was in the peak stage of the great sacred realm, and his strength had greatly surpassed his cultivation. He was even able to take on a pseudo-9 heavens supreme with his cultivation of the great sacred realm. The fourth Master Scar had never seen such an insane genius in his life. It was his first time encountering someone like Qin Nan. The world of the godly ruins might be dangerous, but it should not be a problem for Jun Xiaoyao. Presumably, Jun Xiaoyao would also give those bastards from the other side a big surprise. The fourth Master Scar took his leave after the matter came to an end. After all, he was an elder in charge of guarding the border. He had to keep an eye on the foreign cultivators at all times. Thus, he did not have much time to waste on trivial matters. However, he did summon a few elders of the border and asked them to handle Jun Xiaoyao's situation. Jun Xiaoyao asked about Jun Wuhui. The fourth Master Scar let out a sigh. He was not too sure about the situation. Jun Wuhui was not stationed in the original Emperor City. He was stationed at the border all the time. It was a lot deeper and more dangerous than the border. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He believed Jun Wuhui would not die so easily, even if it was just one of Sanqing's clones. After that, the few remaining elders from the border took Jun Xiaoyao, the lunar jade hair, and Yu Chanwan to find a residence that was filled with spiritual qi to settle down. Wow, is this an immortal cave residence? Taiyin jade, Hare's eyes glittered. The place was filled with jade grass, strange flowers, and strange rocks. The qi was as dense as mist. The original Emperor City had abundant qi. It was considered one of the best places in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Meanwhile, the qi in the residence was even thicker. It felt like it was going to turn into a mist. Not bad indeed. Jun Xiaoyao was satisfied. They temporarily settled down in this mansion. Outside the mansion, many geniuses were watching. However, none of them dared to get close for fear of disturbing Jun Xiaoyao and making him unhappy. The Yama Emperor, the reincarnated Arhot Di, and the others left with solemn expressions. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had refreshed their understanding and made them feel pressured. After all, the ultimate trial wasn't just a place to fight against the geniuses of the other side. It was also a competition between the geniuses of the immortal realms. After everything was settled, Jun Xiaoyao also relaxed. He didn't choose to go into seclusion. This was because the opening of the ultimate trial was fast approaching. The Taiyin jade hair, on the other hand, clung to Jun Xiaoyao every day. Sometimes it would transform into a little girl and nestle in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. From time to time, she would transform into her rabbit form and let Jun Xiaoyao stroke her fur. On the other hand, Yu Chanwan was envious. Although she lived next door to Jun Xiaoyao didn't look for her much. Not to mention something had happened between them. This made Yu Chanwan a little disappointed. Ordinary men couldn't wait to covet her body. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't interested in her at all. However, this made Yu Chanwan fall in love with Jun Xiaoyao even more. A few days later, a beautiful figure came to Jun Xiaoyao's residence, which surprised Jun Xiaoyao. The woman was wearing a blue dress. She was tall and slender with long legs. Her skin was snow white and sparkling like jade. Her long hair was also blue. It was as if she was a mirror. Jun Lanqi. Jun Xiaoyao was very surprised. This woman was Jun Lanqi of the Jun family's hidden branch. When they were on the buried Emperor Star, Jun Xiaoyao had saved the lives of Jun Lanqi and the others. Of course, he had also killed Jun Xianming. Brother Xiaoyao, you really came to the original imperial city. However, you caused quite a stir as soon as you arrived, Jun Lanqi said with a smile. You know so much. It seems that the hidden branch also has people in the original imperial city, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Lanqi nodded slightly. Are Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qinyan of the hidden branch also in the imperial city? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Jun Lanqi was taken aback and nodded. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. To be honest, the 18th ancestor and the others had pinned the hope of the hidden branch's return on Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao still hadn't thought of a way to let the hidden branch return. The two of them are in the imperial city, but they didn't come to visit. It seems that they have something against the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. It was probably because he had killed Jun Xianming. No, it's not like that. Our hidden branch is not hostile to Xiaoyao, Jun Lanqi hurriedly said. Oh, there's no need for that. I don't care. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. After a little chat, Jun Lanqi left. A strange look flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He was waiting for an opportunity to completely let the hidden branch return. In fact, it could be seen from Jun Lanqi that the hidden branch and the main branch of the Jun family actually didn't have any extreme conflict or deep hatred. It was just a difference in philosophy. In this way, as long as there was a chance, Jun Xiaoyao could let the hidden branch return. At that time, the main branch and hidden branch would be united. Even someone as powerful as the Supreme Immortal Court would probably be very wary. Oh, right, it's time to go to the Merit Hall. Jun Xiaoyao didn't forget that he still had a chance to be a freeloader. Jun Xiaoyao went out with the Tying Jade Hair and Yu Chanwan. The Merit Hall was very easy to find. It was in the central area of the original imperial city. Although it was far away, there was a teleportation array, so they could get there quickly. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Merit Hall. Looking around, the stone hall made of basalt was vast and solemn, filled with an ancient and magnificent aura. From time to time, some old people and cultivators from the border came in and out. At the entrance of the stone hall, a guard saw Jun Xiaoyao coming. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. You're the son of God of the Jun family, right? The fourth Master Scar has already sent someone to greet you. The Son of God can choose a treasure for free in the Merit Hall. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. Then the few of them entered. Looking around, the entire Merit Hall was bigger than it looked from the outside. There were spatial fluctuations washing over it. Inside, there's a vast space. All kinds of rare treasures, ancient books, and scriptures emitted brilliant rays of light. There were flashing numbers on it, representing the merit points needed to exchange for a treasure. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any merit points, but he could choose an item for free. Wow, so many treasures. Purple gold ginseng, sky bodhi fruit, white jade radish. The Tying Jade Hair looked at the sacred herbs and drooled. The sacred herbs here were all rare species in the immortal realm. Of course, there were also all kinds of elixirs of immortality. Although there weren't many, there weren't few either. It was just that exchanging for elixirs of immortality required a huge amount of merit points. It was impossible to gather so many merit points unless one was an old man who had killed enemies at the border for a long time. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also saw a boundary emperor weapon, each of which was shockingly high in merit points. Jun Xiaoyao also felt a faint emperor's aura. It came from the core of the Merit Hall. Emperor weapon. Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be able to exchange for a rare emperor weapon. If Jun Xiaoyao was willing, he could exchange for an emperor weapon now. But to be honest, an emperor weapon wasn't what Jun Xiaoyao needed the most now. He was the master of the Emperor Imperial Court. The Emperor Imperial Court alone had more than one emperor weapon. In the desolate, ancient, sacred palace, he had obtained the desolate god armor, but he temporarily handed it over to the sacred body martial guardian for safekeeping. In Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, there was a guardian emperor weapon, the desolate, ancient emperor talisman. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao really didn't need an emperor weapon. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fully unleash the power of an emperor weapon. As for the boundary emperor weapon, Jun Xiaoyao still had the great desolate halberd. He also had the myriad qi cauldron, which was qualified to become an immortal artifact. Therefore, instead of exchanging for an emperor weapon that wasn't very useful to him now, it was better to exchange for something useful. There are too many treasures here. I don't know how long it will take to look at them one by one. Why don't I? Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something and immediately began to activate the power of his primordial spirit. Boom! The terrifying power of the primordial spirit spread out like a tide. The vigorous power of the primordial spirit shocked the cultivators in the Merit Hall. They all looked sideways. What a powerful primordial spirit power. It's at the boundless level. Many cultivators looked at Jun Xiaoyao with their mouths agape. Chapter 838. Primordial spirit levels were divided into ordinary, exceptional, extraordinary, boundless, eternal, void, turbulent, immortal, and moksha. Logically speaking, an ordinary supreme being's primordial spirit could reach the extraordinary level. There weren't many who reached the boundless level. However, Jun Xiaoyao, who was only at the Great Sage realm, already had the power of the boundless primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was as vast as the sea. This was very shocking. He wasn't much weaker than a supreme being who specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao's physical body had also reached the pinnacle. It was very outstanding and could be said to be the only one in all of history. An eternal taboo sky pride whose physical body and primordial spirit far surpassed those of his peers. Indeed, it was frightening. This primordial spirit power. I thought it was some supreme being who came. So it's the son of God of the Jun family. In the depths of the Merit Hall, there were also old antiques overseeing this place. All of their eyes were filled with surprise. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit swept through the many treasures. To be honest, there were many things that tempted him. There were incomplete immortal scriptures, ancient books, and great divine powers comparable to the Kuan Peng and the Thunder Emperor. There were even many treasures from other realms. For example, the dragon horn of the evil dragon lineage, the dark immortal scripture of the dark heaven lineage, and so on. There was a dazzling lineup that made it difficult to choose. Unfortunately, there's no heavenly book. Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. If there was a heavenly book, he would definitely exchange for it directly. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was just thinking about it casually. Even if there was a heavenly book, it wouldn't be his turn to exchange for it. Someone would have already done so. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. His sharp divine sense picked up a strange ripple. Then he came to an area in the Merit Hall. This area was where some incomplete ancient artifacts were placed. Among them, there were some very old things that were filled with the aura of time dust. The things here weren't like the emperor weapons, elixirs of immortality, or mortal scriptures that required a huge amount of merit points. These things were relatively cheap. Because many of the things were ancient and incomplete, no one could see their uses. Of course, from time to time, there would be cultivators who would find useful things among them. However, they were still in the minority. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and picked up something. It was a simple and unadorned lotus seed. Its surface looked a little withered and yellow, as if it had lost its vitality. There was nothing special about it. However, with Jun Xiaoyao's keen telepathic thoughts, he detected a hint of unusual waves. Jun Xiaoyao played with the lotus seed. It was warm to the touch, but that was all. At this moment, an old man in the Hall of Merit stepped forward and asked, "Have you chosen the Son of God?" "I'll take this one," Jun Xiaoyao said. "This." Seeing this, the old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Son of God, this lotus seed has been examined by others before. There is nothing too special about it. Perhaps it's just an ancient species that has lost its life force. It's not that rare." From the old man's point of view, since Jun Xiaoyao had this opportunity, he naturally had to seize it. Emperor weapon, immortal sutra, immortal elixir. Who knew how many people would be envious of them? However, Jun Xiaoyao had his eyes on this lotus seed. To be honest, I'm not particularly lacking in emperor weapons, immortal sutra, and immortal elixir. I'm just casually picking them. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Hearing this, the old man was speechless. Jun Xiaoyao was truly old Versailles. However, thinking about it, with Jun Xiaoyao's status, these extremely precious items were not particularly attractive to him. The old man nodded. Jun Xiaoyao was the one who got the lotus seed as well. "Although I don't know what's so special about this lotus seed, I have the spring of life," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He would not waste this opportunity. The others examined this lotus seed, but did not find anything, perhaps because it had not recovered its vitality. However, the spring of life should be able to nourish this lotus seed. As for what effect it would produce in the end, it was up to fate. After Jun Xiaoyao exchanged for the lotus seed, he prepared to return to his residence with Yu Chanwan and the tiny jade hair. However, just as he stepped out of the Hall of Merit, an incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded. "Seems like enemies are destined to meet." Jun Xiaoyao looked in the direction of the voice after hearing the chilling voice. A group of people had arrived. The one who spoke was an old acquaintance, Gu Tizi, and he was not the only one. At the side, a beautiful, noble, and elegant figure was also staring at him with a cold light in her phoenix eyes. Princess Ling Yan. In addition, Wei Qianqian, San Li, Yao Qing, Xing Lu, and the other successors of immortal lineages were also present. Although Qi Lai had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao, Qi Yu immortal lineage was still present. However, Qi Long replaced him and became the successor of Qi Yu immortal lineage. The successors of the 9 great immortal lineages were all present. At this moment, many cultivators on the streets around the Hall of Merit looked over. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to have frozen. The conflict between the Xian Ting and the Jun family was needless to say. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. One was a supreme force that once dominated the immortal realm. The other was an immortal family with a long history. In this era of great competition where the world was changing, the 2 forces were bound to have a struggle for luck. Heroes vying for supremacy, fighting for the legitimacy of heaven and earth. What's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He was not surprised to see Gu Tizi and the others. As the successor of the Xianting, they would naturally participate in this ultimate trial. Not to mention that Gu Tizi and the others were the 7 rebellious emperors who were trying to get rid of him. The world of divine ruins was the best opportunity. You're not a Dharmakaya this time, right? Gu Tizi's body was enveloped in 8 trigrams runes, and his aura was incomparably transcendent. The scene of Jun Xiaoyao kidnapping the bride with a Dharmakaya was still vivid in his mind. It could be said to be a crack in his heart. Only Jun Xiaoyao's death could heal it. You should be glad that I came to the wedding as a Dharmakaya. If I came with my real body, you might not necessarily still be here. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. That one sentence made Gu Tizi's expression instantly turn cold. Jun Xiaoyao did not say much, but every word he said was heart-wrenching. All the surrounding cultivators were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao was facing the successors of the 9 great immortal families alone, and yet he was still so powerful. It was truly astonishing. Jun Xiaoyao, I still have a debt to settle with you. Ling Yan's exquisite face, which was like a celestial being's, was not pleasant. Back in the black abyss reincarnation sea, Jun Xiaoyao had taken away her opportunity, and Jun Xiaoyao had left a humiliating mark on her inner thigh, which had yet to disappear. Jun Xiaoyao looked thoughtfully at Ling Yan's slender legs. Ling Yan's snow-white skin was covered in goosebumps, and she couldn't help but close her legs. Jun Xiaoyao, aren't you curious about Fairy Yuan's whereabouts? Ling Yan changed the topic. She should be with you, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had guessed as much. Don't worry, I've brought her here this time. She will bear witness to your defeat, Ling Yan said. As soon as she finished speaking, the successors of the 9 great immortal families all looked at Jun Xiaoyao in a crescent shape, as if they were going to surround him. Many of the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Could it be that Xian Ting could not wait any longer and wanted to attack? If the successors of the 9 great immortal families attacked together, Jun Xiaoyao would be in danger. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, an aura suddenly exploded in the distance, accompanied by a disdainful sneer. What? Does Xian Ting think that there is no one in the Jun family? A handsome young man with a jade-like complexion walked in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. As he walked, he looked like a deity descending to the mortal world. His eyes were as deep as the universe, and a terrifying scene of the sun being destroyed and the stars sinking appeared. Chaotic divine light bloomed, and the void cracked. It was Jun Lingsong, the sequence number 1 of the Jun family, the man with polychoria. Almost at the same time, in another direction, a handsome figure holding a heavenly secret umbrella, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, and an imperial crown on his head, walked in the air. It was Lord Grimm lying drunk on the battlefield. It's the sequence number 1 of the Jun family and the ancient freak. One has the invincible polychoria, and the other has the world-suppressing emperor physique. The eyes of the cultivators, in all directions, trembled. The limelight of these two was not much weaker than Jun Xiaoyao's. Jun Lingsong and Jun Maxiao came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Their tacit understanding was evident. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. On one side were the successors of the 9 great immortal families. On the other side were the 3 giants of the Jun family. The most powerful cultivators of the younger generation of the 2 top forces were facing off against each other. Chapter 839. The atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. That was because such a confrontation was too rare. Each of the 9 successors of the Xian Ting's immortal orthodoxies was extraordinary. One could say that they were the absolute elites of the Xian Ting's younger generation. Moreover, Ling Yan was the young emperor of the Xian Ting. Compared to before, his status had undergone a qualitative change. On the Jun family side, the 3 powerhouses of the younger generation had long been famous on the ancient road. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grimm did not seem to be as famous as Jun Xiaorao. However, that was only relative. Compared to the other outlawed sky prides, they were only stronger. A confrontation like this naturally attracted everyone's attention. You people of the Xian Ting are used to bullying others with numbers. How about I take you on? Jun Lingsong placed one hand behind his back. His double pupils no longer needed to be sealed with a black cloth. He looked no different from an ordinary person. However, when Jun Lingsong glanced at the 9 successors of the immortal orthodoxies, his single pupil seemed to split into 2 pupils. His aura was so powerful that it seemed to be able to separate heaven and earth. The aura was terrifying. It seems that my cousin has gained a lot as well, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. It was rumored that Jun Lingsong had obtained the inheritance of an ancient man with polychoria. Now, it seemed that the rumor was true. Just because you have more people doesn't mean that you can suppress us. In fact, I think that Xiaoyao alone is enough to suppress all of you. Linsong and I are just icing on the cake. Lord Grim picked up the wine gourd hanging from his waist and took a sip. He appeared to be lazy and casual. It was as if he did not care about the 9 successors of the immortal orthodoxies in front of him. I do hope that you can fight, but don't disappoint me like before. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and said casually. Seeing the attitude of the 3 powerhouses of the Jun family, the cultivators present were speechless. They were the only ones who dared to show such an attitude in front of the successors of the Xianting. They're not from the same family after all. Even their tone is the same. Some cultivators were speechless. Is the Jun family filled with madmen? Every single one of them is so free and unrestrained. They don't put anything in their eyes. They're all the same. Annoying personalities. Gu Tizi frowned. Suddenly, at this moment, 2 more auras appeared in the distant sky. This left many people astonished, casting their gazes over. Could it be that someone else was here to join in the fun? A look of surprise flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes when he sensed the aura. On the other side, Gu Tizi also had a strange look in his eyes. The auras of the 2 figures were incredibly powerful. They were at the level of a supreme outlawed sky pride. Within the light, a man and a woman appeared. The young man was dressed in a dark golden imperial robe. He had a slender physique and looked like a dragon or a phoenix. The woman wore a luxurious dress that outlined her graceful figure, and her appearance was peerlessly beautiful and flawless. Moreover, a rain of grand Dao flowers fluttered in the surroundings, causing her to seem like a female god. That's Jun Yin Emperor and Jun Qingyan of the Jun family's hidden lineage. Some cultivators recognized the 2 of them. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, he also saw Jun Lanqi, who was dressed in a blue dress, waving at him from behind the 2 of them. They really are sky prides of the hidden lineage. Jun Lingsong and Lord Grim also cast their gazes over. The Jun family's hidden lineage was not much weaker than the Jun family's main lineage. However, they had always kept a low profile, so outsiders did not know much about them. Now that the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage had arrived, the situation had become complicated and confusing. Some of the cultivators present vaguely knew what was going on. Although the hidden lineage had split from the Jun family, it was not the kind of split that one would imagine. They had simply parted ways due to different ideologies. Now that the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage had appeared, what was the meaning of this? Could it be that the hidden lineage was returning to the Jun family? Many cultivators were shocked when they thought of this. The Jun family was already powerful enough. The main lineage alone was enough to make the Xianting wary. If the hidden lineage were to return, wouldn't they be able to split the world with the Xianting? Jun Yinhuang looked at Jun Xiaoyao. His eyes were like a fog, making it difficult for others to see through him. On the other hand, a faint smile appeared on Jun Qingyan's flawless face. She said, I've heard of the 3 of you before. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you are indeed outstanding. Jun Xiaoyao and the others nodded slightly. Gu Tizi looked at Jun Yinhuang and the others, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. At present, the 9 successors of the Xianting were on one side. The 3 giants of the Jun family and the 2 sky prides of the hidden lineage were on the other side. In this way, the Xianting would not be able to overpower the Jun family. In fact, even if Jun Xiaoyao was alone, the Xianting would not be able to overpower the Jun family. Everyone, at this moment, an old voice was heard. It came from the Hall of Merit. It was an elder from the border. He said, It's not good to have a conflict in front of the Hall of Merit. Moreover, the ultimate trial is about to begin. You will be facing challenges from the other side. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to fight among yourselves. The old man's words caused the atmosphere at the scene to calm down. The cold expression on Gu Tizi's face disappeared, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He said, Since the elder has spoken, then forget it. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you can maintain this invincible attitude in the world of the divine ruins. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "It seems that you have a thorough plan, but you have to know, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is foolish and laughable. Then let's wait and see. Those who drown are all people who can swim." Gutizi smiled. Not only was he strong, but he also had a trump card. He had even prepared 4 killing moves to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. If this was not enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao, then he would accept it. Gutizi turned around and left. Looking at Gutizi, a dark light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. This was indeed an ambitious and ruthless character. Not only was he strong, but he was also smart and would not act rashly. If he was born in another era, he would definitely be a person who could overturn the clouds and rain and stand at the peak. Unfortunately, he met Jun Xiaoyao. It could only be said that it was a tragedy to be born in the same era as Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yin glanced at Jun Xiaoyao as if he wanted to say something, but it was not convenient to say it in public. Therefore, he only snorted coldly and left. Jun Xiaoyao knew that Ling Yin was concerned about the mark on her inner thigh. This could only be said to be Jun Xiaoyao's bad taste. Wei Qianqian looked at Jun Xiaoyao and shook her head. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was really her cup of tea. Unfortunately, it was the opposite. Yao, Qing, Songli, and the others were expressionless. On the other hand, Qi Long of Qiyu celestial lineage looked at Jun Xiaoyao with hatred and a hint of complexity. Jun Xiaoyao killed Qi Lai. However, it allowed the Qiyu celestial lineage's sky prides to experience what it felt like to be at the top. It was a very complicated feeling. As the successors of the 9 great immortal lineages left, the atmosphere calmed down completely. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned to Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan. "Let's go to my residence," Jun Xiaoyao said. He knew that the 2 successors of the hidden lineages had appeared. Their real purpose was not to help the Jun family's momentum. They came with a purpose. Chapter 840. No one expected that, in front of the Merit Hall, the younger generation of the 2 great forces would be at each other's throats. Fortunately, the ultimate trial was about to begin, so both sides restrained themselves and did not fight in the original imperial city. However, this was something that would happen sooner or later. After that, Jun Xiaoyao brought the group back to the mansion. Yu Chanwan and Tying Jade Hair tactfully retreated. Jun Yin Emperor glanced at Jun Lingsong and Lord Grim. "It seems that we have to avoid arousing suspicion," Jun Lingsong said indifferently. The 2 of them left as well. Only Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Yin Emperor, and Jun Qingyan were left in the hall. Jun Xiaoyao sat at the head of the table with a casual attitude, without any intention of being courteous. "You can tell me why you are here." Jun Xiaoyao's attitude made Jun Yin Emperor frown slightly. "Shouldn't you give an explanation for Jun Xianming's death?" Jun Yin Emperor asked. Jun Xianming was from his bloodline. Jun Qingyan's expression changed. Jun Xiaoyao killing Jun Xianming wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small matter either. However, according to Jun Lanqi, Jun Xianming had indeed gone overboard. "Tell me your real purpose. This son of God doesn't want to waste my breath on such trivial matters." Jun Xiaoyao tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said indifferently, "As expected of the main bloodline son of God. You are quite arrogant," Jun Yin Emperor sneered. Just as Jun Xiaoyao had guessed, the 2 of them didn't appear to help the Jun family. Jun Yin Emperor threw out a jade scroll. Jun Xiaoyao caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed slightly. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao said, "Do you know the contents of this scroll?" "I don't know, but I can tell you that it is very difficult for my hidden bloodline to return," Jun Yin Emperor said. "It is indeed a very difficult condition, even so difficult that it's almost impossible." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a cold light. Within the jade slip was a condition. It was a condition for the return of the hidden branch of the Jun family. This condition was somewhat excessive. In fact, it could even be said that it was practically impossible. A cracking sound was heard. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the jade slip into powder, which flowed down through the gaps between his fingers. Tell this son of God's words that I'll accept it. Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Jun Yinhuang and Jun Qingyan's expressions to change slightly. They didn't know what specific information was contained in the jade slip, but it was obviously an extremely harsh condition. Only by fulfilling this condition would the hidden branch of the Jun family be able to return. I'm curious if you have what it takes. Junin Emperor took one last look at Jun Xiaoyao before turning to leave. Jun Qingyan paused for a moment and said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Many thanks to clan brother for saving the life of my Lan Shi." "It's nothing," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Clan brother, if there is anyone who has the ability to bring the hidden branch back, it should be you." Jun Qingyan sighed. She actually hoped that the hidden branch would return. After all, their branch had been silent for too long. They had forgotten what their glory was like in the past. Jun Qingyan then left. Only Jun Xiaoyao was left. The expression in his eyes fluctuated, and in the end the corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. Interesting, really interesting. A condition that is impossible to fulfill? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. The condition in the jade slip could be said to be impossible for anyone to fulfill. They didn't even dare to think about it. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dome and meet the heavens. No matter how many plans you make, it is still inferior to God's plans. God, are you trying to prove that I can't win this game? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves. His eyes were deep and bottomless, flickering with light. He had already thought of a scheme. A flawless scheme. Gu Tizi, I hope that your scheme can give me a pleasant surprise. This scheme can't be done without you, Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Although things could be solved by force, Jun Xiaoyao had always disdained to use his wits. However, in this game with God, he still needed to plan. Jun Xiaoyao had already treated the ultimate training ground, the world of the divine ruins, as the final game with God. One game to determine the winner. After coming up with the plan in his heart, Jun Xiaoyao was very relaxed and didn't feel nervous at all. He placed the ancient lotus seed that he had obtained from the Merit Hall into his inner universe and sank it into the spring of life. After the lotus seed sank into the spring of life, there wasn't much of a reaction. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry and just left it there. Next, Jun Xiaoyao adjusted his breathing and prepared for the ultimate training. Late at night, the entire original imperial city was very quiet. The full moon in the sky was directly captured by the Almighty and placed above the imperial city's starry sky. Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged in his residence, suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you're here, show yourself." A tall, beautiful, and peerless figure appeared. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes indifferently and looked up from the slender, snow-white legs vaguely visible through the skirt. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the cold and aloof face that could topple the world. A dignified princess visiting in the middle of the night can easily cause misunderstandings. Jun Xiaoyao was still sitting cross-legged on the ground and said indifferently, "The visitor was naturally Ling Yan." She said with a cold expression, "You know why I'm here." "Why?" Jun Xiaoyao deliberately asked. "You." Ling Yan took a deep breath and her jade peaks rose and fell slightly. She didn't know why, but in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she couldn't maintain that aloof attitude of looking down on the world. Perhaps it was because Jun Xiaoyao's status was not lower than hers at all. Or perhaps it was because the ill-fated fate of 100 lives in the reincarnation sea was still affecting her. "Remove the traces," Ling Yan said coldly. She was naturally referring to the traces left by Jun Xiaoyao between her legs. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but think of the ill-fated fate of 100 lives, which made it difficult for her Taoist heart to be completely calm. "So you're only referring to this," It's just a small punishment. This son of God doesn't like it when you threaten me with Fairy Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then you're not afraid that I'll kill her? You can kill her, but you'll also have to be buried with her. Jun Xiaoyao picked up a cup of tea and gently blew on it before taking a sip. He said the most ruthless words in the most understated tone. What was Ling Yan's identity now? Young Emperor Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could speak to Ling Yuan in such a tone. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hands. To be honest, if this wasn't the original imperial city, she really couldn't help but attack. What do you want to remove it? Ling Yan said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and saw a chessboard not far away. With a wave of his big sleeve, the chessboard fell between the two of them. Let's play the next game. If you win, the traces will be erased. This son of God will bow and apologize. If you lose, sorry, I'll add one more stroke. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Yan sat with her legs crossed, sitting on either side of Jun Xiaoyao. Although it was called a game of chess, it was obviously not just a game of chess. The game was Tao and reason. It was a game of understanding the Tao. In addition, it was a game of chess. Ling Yan's game was like Xianting. On Jun Xiaoyao's side, it was the Jun family. One was Xianting's young emperor, the other was the son of God of the Jun family. In a small game of chess, a game of chess began. After a night, Ling Yan's delicate body trembled slightly, and there was an abnormal flush on her jade-like face. It was a sign of extreme shame and indignation. In one night, she lost 6 games in a row. There were 6 more strokes on her inner thigh. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that the 6 strokes plus the previous stroke. It was exactly 7 strokes that made up the word June. The imprint on her inner thigh was very uncomfortable. What was this? Was she branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark? After all, some female slaves would tattoo their masters' names on their bodies. An unprecedented humiliation filled Ling Yan's heart. She was the dignified Xianting's young emperor, but in the end, she was branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark. If others knew about it, it would definitely set off a huge wave. Gu Tizi would probably be angry to the point of death. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you can still be so calm in the world of the ruins of God. She knew that only Gu Tizi's game could truly destroy Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan left with a cold face. She didn't even dare to take big steps for fear of being noticed by others. She felt uncomfortable all over. Looking at Ling Yan's departing figure, Jun Xiaoyao picked up a chess piece and played with it between his fingers. So far, Tian hasn't been my opponent, let alone you. Chapter 841. As time passed, more and more sky prides gathered in the original imperial city. Of course, compared to the sky prides who had embarked on the ancient road to the ultimate path, they were still 1 in a million. On the other side, on an ancient planet, the ancient planet that was originally covered by the saint power of sun and saint power of moon. Now, it had turned into a chaotic color. Vaguely, a terrifying chaotic energy was boiling. Is the crown prince about to succeed? In the starry sky outside the ancient planet, several elders of the sun god mountain looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After several months, the 10 princes of Jinwu finally made a move. Boom! At a certain moment, there was a loud explosion. The entire ancient planet began to tremble and split apart. The chaotic aura set off waves and destroyed the surface of the ancient planet. In the end, the chaotic aura that filled the entire ancient planet suddenly gathered and was sucked into the mouth of a powerful figure. That figure was the 10 princes of Jinwu, who had just broken out of seclusion. At this moment, the 10 princes of Jinwu's golden hair was scattered, and his pupils were no longer completely golden. Instead, one of them was golden and the other was silver. At the same time, the golden crow wings on his back were also golden and silver. They looked like the wings of heaven that could cut off the sky. The 10 princes of Jinwu had one hand wrapped around the moon and the other around the sun. Finally, they converged into a boundless chaotic tide. The aura was shocking. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for coming out of seclusion." The elders of the Sun God Mountain were overjoyed. The 10 princes of Jinwu's face was still handsome, but it seemed to have become more feminine. He frowned and said, "Acquired chaotic body, but there are some flaws." The group of elders was slightly shocked, but they soon understood what was going on. The fusion of the moon and sun was a perfect acquired chaotic body. However, the 10 princes of Jinwu's fusion target was not alive. There were some flaws, but it doesn't matter. With my current strength, it's enough for revenge. The 10 princes of Jinwu shouted angrily. The expressions of the elders were a little strange. They felt that the 10 princes of Jinwu was different from before. "Jun Xiaoyao, this prince will torture you to death." The 10 princes of Jinwu was filled with resentment and hatred. That was because this incident had left too much of a shadow in his heart. Just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. Therefore, it was difficult for him to summon his heroic spirit, and he had completely withered. The 10 princes of Jinwu's exit from closed-door training did not cause much of a stir, because now the entire ancient road's attention was focused on the original imperial city. In the past, the friction between the other side and Immortal Domain was only some small skirmishes. All the way until this time, when the new foreign emperor knocked on the pass, it was as if the first shot of the war between two realms was fired, and the ultimate smelting trial, the world of the divine ruins, was the beginning of the confrontation between the two worlds. It was a struggle between the kings of the younger generation. The battle was extremely important. It was not only related to the morale of the 9 heavens immortal realm. It was even more important for the safety of the border. Roughly a month later, there was news that spread throughout the original Emperor City. The ultimate smelting trial was finally about to open. Inside the Emperor City, in an immortal residence, Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting with his legs, opened his deep eyes. "Is it finally going to start?" Jun Xiaoyao let out a relieved sigh. The battle was extremely important to him, too. It was a game against the heavens. "Master, the 4th Master Scar has sent someone here. He said he's gathering." Yu Chanwan came to inform Qin. Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet and left with Yu Chanwan. As for the Taiyin jade hair, she would not enter the world of the divine ruins. After all, it was too dangerous. She was only a little rabbit. She was only good at acting cute. If she really went to the battlefield, she would only be serving herself to the creatures of the other side. They might even sprinkle more cumin on her. "Xiaoyao, this is the real challenge." Lord Grimm showed up too. "Gu Tizi and the others won't give up so easily. Besides, the 7 defiant emperors are here too. Even if the enemy of the other side is right in front of them, they will still set us up." Jun Lingsong also showed up and said with a frown. He didn't expect Gu Tizi and the others to take the big picture into consideration. Jun Xiaoyao's rule over the Xianting was a big, hidden danger. After all, he was growing too fast. In the future, he might reach an unimaginably powerful realm and shake the authority of the Xianting. "Don't worry about me. Everything is under my control." Jun Xiaoyao smiled, confident that victory was within his grasp. "That's enough. After all, the Jun family can do without me and Mo Xiao, but we can't do without you." Jun Lingsong smiled faintly. An old man from the border came to guide Jun Xiaoyao and the others to a square in the depths of the original imperial city. The square was extremely large and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, there were already many teams in the square. Each team was made up of warriors who had been through hundreds of battles. Their cultivation might not be the highest in the imperial city, but they were very experienced against the creatures of the foreign realm. The captain of each team was a quasi-supreme martial artist. They wore divine armor and sat on various ferocious war beasts. They were the grand knights of the gatekeeper families and the backbone of the resistance against the foreign realm. The geniuses who came here were puzzled when they saw these strong and ferocious teams. Wasn't this the ultimate trial for geniuses? Why would these grand knights and gatekeeper teams participate? Some geniuses vaguely felt that this trial might not be so peaceful. In the sky, the fourth Master Scar stood calmly. Looking at the densely packed figures in the square below, he sighed slightly. He didn't know how many people could return safely this time. At this moment, as if he sensed something, the fourth Master Scar looked into the distance and smiled. Jun Xiaoyao and the others had arrived. Their arrival naturally caused an uproar. Many looked at Jun Xiaoyao with reverence in their eyes. As long as Jun Xiaoyao was here, they felt that the world of the divine ruins should be stable this time. It was impossible for the foreign realm to have such a monstrous genius like Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao glanced around and saw this lineup. His brows furrowed. He knew that there was a special mission in this ultimate trial. Otherwise, these grand knights wouldn't be sent. After a short while, the descendants of the Xian Ting also arrived. Naturally, they attracted the attention of everyone. As the young empress of the Xian Ting, Ling Yan was naturally the most eye-catching existence. However, she wasn't the only one who attracted the attention. There was also the beautiful young girl beside her. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers, her skin was as white as snow, her waist was as white as silk, and her teeth were like seashells. Her face was almost perfect, without the slightest flaw. A pair of long, slender, and perfectly straight legs were adorned with white stockings woven from snow jade silk. Her entire person was outstanding and otherworldly, like a peerless fairy, so beautiful that it was like a dream. It was Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuan's eyes were locked onto Jun Xiaoyao, who was dressed in a white robe, despite being surrounded by countless people. One glance, 10,000 years. Young master! Heavenly Maiden Yuan couldn't help but tear up. The period when Jun Xiaoyao kidnapped the marriage could be said to be the most free and happy period of her life. Before that, she was merely a fish in the river of destiny, never able to escape the entanglement of fate. She was only fit to be Ling Yan's shadow, a tool. But Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was like a beam of light, illuminating her dark fate. Only then did Heavenly Maiden Yuan understand that falling in love with someone was such a blissful thing, even if she wasn't the only one in Jun Xiaoyao's heart, or even the most important. But it didn't matter. Heavenly Maiden Yuan didn't care. To her, as long as she could look at Jun Xiaoyao, it was fine, even if it was just a glance. Heavenly Maiden Yuan, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze also had a hint of complexity. When he kidnapped the marriage, he thought that he had saved Heavenly Maiden Yuan. Later, he realized that Heavenly Maiden Yuan was still hiding something. She was afraid that Ling Yuan controlled her life and death. If Ling Yan wanted her to die, she had to die. She couldn't escape Ling Yan's restraints at all. How sad was that? Don't worry, I will save you. This is my promise to you. Jun Xiaoyao was a little serious, which was rare. He rarely promised anything. Once he made a promise, he would never go back on it. Heavenly Maiden Yuan smiled. Her smile was beautiful, pure and innocent. As long as Jun Xiaoyao said this, it was enough. She was satisfied, even if she might not have the chance. Chapter 842. Many sky prides looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Fairy Yuan, and then looked at the expressionless Gu Tizi. They suddenly felt that Gu Tizi was being cheated on. Enough. Gu Tizi took a step forward. As a woman who almost got married to him, how could she be so deeply in love with Jun Xiaoyao right now? He was being cheated on. If Ling Yan hadn't stopped him, Gu Tizi would have really tortured Fairy Yuan. Jun Xiaoyao, I didn't bring you on here for you to reunite, Ling Yan said. She meant that she had brought Fairy Yuan to witness Jun Xiaoyao's death with her own eyes. In this way, she could get rid of the ill-fated relationship in her heart. The humiliating Jun mark on her inner thigh could also be removed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. If there was a chance, he would definitely find a way to set Fairy Yuan free. In addition to the successors of the 9 immortal orthodoxies, there was also a group of Xian Ting sky prides following them. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced at him briefly before a cold smirk appeared on his face. Among the group of Xian Ting sky prides, he vaguely sensed a familiar aura. Immortal slayer, thief Xian Yu. Jun Xiaoyao knew that Xian Yu was from the other domain. It would be troublesome for her to enter the original imperial city. But now, Xian Yu was hiding among the Xian Ting sky prides. Obviously, it was Gu Tizi and Ling Yan's doing. Based on this point alone, Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the 7 defiant emperors should have already met. They might have even reached some kind of joint plan. But this was even better. It was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao wanted, because in his plan, the 7 defiant emperors were indispensable. Jun Xiaoyao didn't expose them in public. He felt that he should be able to see the 7 defiant emperors appear at the same time in the world of divine ruins. Then Feather King Yu Yunchang and the others arrived. Reincarnated Arhut Di, Yama Emperor, Yi Guqin, Junin Huang, Jun Qingyan, and the others were also there. Then Long Yao, the successor of the human immortal sect, Ji Daoi and Ji Qing, arrived. Their arrival had undoubtedly caused a commotion. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Ji Daoi, Ji Long Yao and the others. He had heard of Ji Daoi, the successor of the human immortal sect. Today was the first time they met. But before that, they had already formed a grudge. Now it seemed that Daoi was also very much. As for Ji, she didn't show any hostility. Jun Xiaoyao had always been wary of that woman. She was not a simple character after all. As for Long Yao's, her was she, her. She, her eyes. Hers Jun, Su. Hers, her long and her yas. Hers, her. Her originally cute, lowly face had also become devastatingly beautiful, and she was extremely beautiful. This kind of change from a lowly to an elder sister was indeed a bit shocking. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Long Yao, our strength was no longer the same as before. However, Jun Xiaoyao never had much interest in a defeated opponent. It seems that you have forgotten the warning this son of God gave you. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Long Yao. He had said before that if Long Yao dared to provoke him again, he would let her have a taste of what it was like to be a bitch. Hearing this, Long Yao's eyes revealed a hint of fear. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had already traumatized her greatly. But when he thought about the improvement of his strength and Gu Tizi's plan, he felt that it was too late. She regained her composure. Jun Xiaoyao, I, Long Yao, will fight you fair and square. Otherwise, I will not be satisfied. Long Yao's purple hair fluttered in the wind. She raised her eyebrows and said resolutely, Stupid. Jun Xiaoyao no longer paid attention to her. Didn't she just grow a bit taller and her breasts became a bit bigger? Did she become so confident? All right, it's about time. Even if some of the prodigies haven't arrived yet, you can head over later. Fourth Master Scar cleared his throat and said, At the center of the plaza, there was an incomparably ancient teleportation formation. At this moment, it was suffused with a hazy luster. All kinds of formation patterns danced in the air. An ancient and savage aura spread out. Many of the prodigies present revealed a bit of nervousness. Even though they had experienced the dangers of the ancient ultimate road and walked step by step to the original imperial city. But this time, what they had to face were the foreign creatures. That was a group of incomparably warlike existences with extremely powerful combat strength. At the same level, if they didn't have any special methods, immortal domain cultivators almost couldn't defeat the foreign creatures. They would be crushed in all aspects. This was also why every foreign invasion would cause irreparable destruction to the immortal domain. Of course, not all prodigies were nervous. The unmatched taboo-level prodigies all had calm expressions. This originated from their confidence in their own strength. Even if they encountered the prodigies of the foreign king race, they wouldn't be afraid, confident that they could deal with them. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was even more calm. If the foreign creature's combat strength was heaven-defying, then Jun Xiaoyao's combat strength was at the heavenly Tao's loophole level, unparalleled throughout eternity. As for the soldiers guarding the pass, they all had resolute expressions. They had long disregarded life and death. "Let's go!" Fourth Master Scar shouted. A desolate bugle horn sounded. Intense formation light drowned out the entire plaza. In the void, a giant wormhole appeared, turning into a deep and gorgeous spatial passage. Everyone in the plaza was instantly sucked in. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness, as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Countless stars in the surroundings quickly distanced themselves from them, forming streaks of flickering light. They seemed to have passed through time and space, crossing an extremely great distance. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like an instant, but also like 10,000 years. When they came back to their senses again, the place in front of them was no longer the original imperial city. As far as the eye could see, it was a deep void, with only specks of light flickering in the depths of the universe. That is. A prodigy looked forward and was so shocked that he was speechless. All the prodigies also looked over. In front of them, chaotic energy surged, and an incomparably huge wall appeared. They didn't know how tall it was, how wide it was, or how long it was. It seemed to extend to the ends of the 4 poles. It was stained with mottled dark blood, and countless runes interweaved, filled with an ancient aura. What is this? Have we arrived at the end of the world? Could this be the realm wall at the end of the world? Many prodigies took a deep breath and guessed. They had heard some rumors that the end of the world was the realm wall. When Fourth Master Scar heard this, he shook his head and said, "No, this is just a wall." As soon as he said this, all the prodigies fell silent, their eyes filled with shock. This boundless existence that was like a plain wall was actually just a wall. This is the borderland. Beyond the borderland is the desolate border. Opposite the desolate border is the other side of the world, the foreign realm, a Grand Knight said in a deep voice. The prodigies were astounded. Their worldview had been refreshed today. The place they had arrived at was not the end of the world, but the vast borderland, the strongest line of defense in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Chapter 843. Most of the time imagination was very weak. Even these prodigies had heard countless times about how vast the border was. But when they actually came here in person, the kind of shock that came from the bottom of their hearts still made them stand on the spot, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The border was ancient and majestic, as if it was built by an ancient god. Countless ancestors had bled here, and it was stained with mottled and dark blood. All kinds of terrifying runes interweaved on it, flickering with dazzling light. At this moment, all the prodigies who came to the border for the first time were silent. They stood on the spot, their expressions solemn. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed in his heart. He was not a person who easily stirred up emotions, but at this moment he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the border that Father has always been guarding? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself in his heart. He said that he didn't want to be a hero, nor did he want to be a savior. But when he saw the border that Jun Wuhui guarded with his own eyes and saw the blood accumulated on the endless walls, he still raised his hand and bowed to the border. Seeing this, the prodigies present also followed Jun Xiaoyao and bowed to the blood-stained border. Even Gu Tizi and the others, who were enemies, also bowed under such circumstances. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao take the lead to bow, Fourth Master Scar's old eyes showed deep gratification. "Benefactor, your son has a heart as sincere as yours." Fourth Master Scar sighed in his heart, and those guarding the border, as well as the Grand Knights, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's performance, their favorability towards him skyrocketed. As expected of Lord Wu Hui's son, he is really sincere. Yes, in the future, he might be the second white-robed divine king, who will make the other side tremble in fear. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know that his actions of sighing with emotion had made these border soldiers have a good impression of him. "All right, everyone follow me." Fourth Master Scar led everyone to the border. At a glance, the border couldn't be seen. Although it was called a city pass, it was actually more vast than a boundary wall. From time to time, the crowd could feel some powerful divine will sweeping across the sky and probing their surroundings. Quasi-Emperor. Many people were shocked. This was definitely an expert of the boundary emperor level who was patrolling with his divine sense. However, this was understandable. After all, this was the front line of the border, so it was normal for a quasi-emperor to be there. Before long, the fourth Master Scar stopped in his tracks. "We've arrived at your ultimate training ground, the world of the divine ruins." Everyone held their breaths as they looked behind the fourth Master Scar. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who was always calm in the face of anything, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was because in front of them the vast and boundless border pass that had stood tall since ancient times actually split apart, a section broken off. This made many geniuses feel suffocated and their hair stand on end. The vast and ancient border was incomparably sturdy and filled with all kinds of laws. Logically speaking, it should have stood tall for eternity without falling. However, there was now a crack in it and there was a gap. The gap was as wide as an entire ancient star field. However, what shocked everyone was not just the gap in the border pass. It was more because there was a green lotus at the gap. It was a boundless green lotus that was almost as wide as an ancient star zone. This giant green lotus bloomed between heaven and earth, and wisps of chaotic energy fell from the lotus leaves. It was like a waterfall of the Milky Way flowing down. Huge stars dotted the surroundings of the lotus leaves like grains of sand. Almost all the geniuses present were disciples of immortal forces, and they had seen all kinds of big scenes. However, the scene before them still deeply shocked them. They were like country bumpkins who had just entered the city. No wonder! Jun Xiaoyao suddenly remembered what the executor of the ancient road had said on the buried emperor star. The ultimate training ground was related to a mythical emperor. Could it be? While Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in his thoughts, the fourth Master Scar said, "In history, the foreign realm has invaded our 9 heavens immortal realm more than once. The most serious one was when more than one calamity-level immortal came from the foreign realm, bringing a great calamity to our realm. Even the border pass was breached and a huge gap appeared." The fourth Master Scar's heavy words echoed in the surroundings. The geniuses fell silent upon hearing this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. The martial monarchs of the foreign realm were known as immortal emperors. Then what kind of terrifying existence was a calamity-level undying? Back then, the border pass was breached, and the situation was very dangerous. If the foreign realm had invaded, the 9 heavens immortal realm would have had a hard time turning the situation around. In the end, a mythical emperor made his move. He used his body to block the gap and turned into a green lotus. It was the Lotus Emperor. The fourth Master Scar's deafening words echoed in everyone's ears. "As I thought, it's the ancient blue sky lotus." Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization. A mythical emperor was a legendary martial monarch. The ancient orchid sect believed in the true master of ancient orchid and the one-armed underworld king. The ancient emperor Sakya that the Western sect believed in was also a martial monarch that had become a legend. That being said, Jun Xiaoyao had no idea if the Jun clan had a mythical emperor. The Jun clan had never told anyone about it. The Lotus Emperor is a green lotus nurtured in the chaos. When the border pass was in danger, the Lotus Emperor used his body to block the gap and formed his own realm. It's the giant green lotus you're looking at. Inside it is the world of the ruins of God, which is also the Lotus Emperor's inner universe. Jun Xiaoyao was astounded by the fourth Master Scar's words. Jun Xiaoyao had his own inner universe, which had a diameter of 2 light years. However, the giant green lotus was more than 2 light years in diameter. not to mention that the range would be even wider after entering it. Jun Xiaoyao was moved. If he entered the world of the ruins of God, he would be able to comprehend the Lotus Emperor's laws and creation methods, which would be of great help to the evolution of his inner universe. At this time, the fourth Master Scar's expression became more serious. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone knows this. As everyone knows, this ultimate trial will be different from the past. Because this time, the foreign world has discovered a fatal flaw in the world of the ruins of God. It is very likely that the world of the ruins of God will collapse, causing the gap to reappear." The fourth Master Scar's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, instantly setting off monstrous waves. What? The world of the ruins of God created by the Lotus Emperor is about to collapse. If that's the case, the gap will reappear, and the foreign army will march straight in. The place was in an uproar. The Lotus Emperor had formed a realm and blocked the gap at the border with great difficulty. If it collapsed now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone saw that the gap was as huge as an ancient star field. Even if the defense line was reorganized, it would be difficult to defend. Otherwise, they could only sacrifice another myth emperor to block the gap. But the problem was, how could there be one? In this era, even great emperors were rarely seen, not often appearing in the world, let alone an emperor that had already become a legend. What was a legend? Only something that was illusory and indistinct could be called a legend. Taking another step back, even if there were myth emperors who would want to sacrifice their own Tao fruit, not everyone could be as selfless as the Lotus Emperor. After all, that level of powerhouse was already powerful to the point where it was unfathomable. Even if the immortal domain collapsed, they could still exist in this world, forming their own restricted area. This time, all of the heavenly talent's expressions became grave. The trial this time was indeed crueler than the previous ones. "Then may I ask, Senior, is there a way to stop it?" A heavenly talent cupped his hands and asked. "Of course there is a way, or else I wouldn't have said so much to you all," the fourth Master Scar said, but his eyes looked towards Jun Xiaoyao. Clearly, he attached great importance to Jun Xiaoyao, placing all of his hopes on him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's true strength far exceeded his cultivation realm. In the world of the ruins of God, it would be extremely useful. Chapter 844. The Azure Emperor used his body to create a world and blocked the gap at the border. Naturally, there are restrictions. Only those below the prime level can enter the world of divine ruins. In other words, the highest combat power in the world of divine ruins is quasi-prime. It is because of this that the world of divine ruins can block the top experts from the other side. Even if there are quasi-prime experts from the other side who want to sneak in, there is no need to worry about them being killed, the fourth Master Scar said. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood why the fourth Master Scar thought so highly of him. It was not only because he was the son of his benefactor. It was also because Jun Xiaoyao was able to fight against quasi-prime experts despite being a great sage. In the world of the ruins of God, this was simply a cheat-like existence. One could imagine how the great sage Jun Xiaoyao would feel when he unleashed a combat power that could fight against quasi-prime experts. The feelings of those creatures from the other side. It would probably be very satisfying. The fourth Master Scar continued. "Do you know about the divine thoughts?" "I know. Divine obsessions are the inner demons and obsessions of emperor-level experts. When an emperor falls, there is a certain probability that they will be born," a prodigy said. "That's right. The Azure Emperor is very noble. He used his body to create a world and blocked the gap at the border. However, he is not without obsessions. In the world of divine ruins, the Azure Emperor's 7 sin divine thoughts were left behind. There are 7 of them, and they are sealed in different secret places. If the 7 sin divine thoughts break the seal and merge into one, they will turn into a terrifying evil divine thought that will break open the world of divine ruins from the inside. The creatures from the other side have obviously noticed this. They are preparing to find the location of the 7 sin divine thoughts and release them. Your mission is to do your best to prevent the creatures from unsealing the sin divine thoughts. If you have the ability, it would be best if you can get rid of the sin divine thoughts, the 4th Master Scar said. The Ascendant King stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior, you must be joking. The sin divine thoughts left behind by the Azure Emperor are definitely terrifying. How can we possibly have the ability to get rid of them? The Ascendant King's question made many prodigies nod their heads. A martial emperor's divine thought was already horrifying enough. At the very least, it was at the level of a quasi-emperor, sufficient to cause a calamity. How could they possibly destroy a god's obsession with just these people? The 4th Master Scar said, "It doesn't matter. Inside the ruins of God, there are the rules of the world left behind by the Azure Emperor. Even if those divine obsessions break the seal, they will only have the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. However, when the 7 divine sins combine into one and form the complete divine sins of the 7 sins, the divine sins of the 7 sins can directly break the rules of the divine ruins and destroy it." At this point, everyone finally understood. The trial this time wasn't only about fighting against the foreign creatures. He also had to stop the foreign god of destruction's obsession from entering the sealed land. It would be best if he could get rid of the divine obsessions. However, when everyone thought about it, they knew that even if the strength of a single divine obsession was suppressed to that of a quasi-utmost exalt, but in any case it was still an obsession left behind by the myth emperor. An ordinary quasi-supreme would probably not be a match for it. Wanting to destroy them was no different from a fantasy. That was why the only thing they could think about was how to disrupt the other side's plans, not allowing them to succeed. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Originally, facing the foreign creatures was already extremely dangerous. Now there was also the divine sins of the 7 sins. It could simply be called the cruelest and most difficult ultimate trial in history. All right, you guys don't have to be afraid. These guards and grand knights will enter with you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, the 4th Master Scar cheered them on. Only then did the expressions of the prodigies look a little better. Those grand knights all had the cultivation of a quasi-utmost exalt. Obviously, the mission regarding the divine obsessions should mainly be done by these grand knights. Next, the prodigies whose names have been called, come forward, the 4th Master Scar said. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Jun Xiaoyao. The first name that the 4th Master Scar called out was Jun Xiaoyao's name. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he took a step forward. Jun Lingsung, Gu Tizi, Ling Yan, Ascending King, one by one the names were called out by the 4th Master Scar. Jun Xiaoyao immediately noticed that those who were called out were all supreme prodigies of the forbidden level. After the names were called out, the 4th Master Scar said, "You prodigies are the elites of the elites. You can say that you're the seeds of our era. Next, you'll draw lots and be assigned to the Grand Knights teams. You'll assist them in destroying the foreign creatures' plans. This is also considered an iron-blooded trial for the top figures like you. As for the rest of the prodigies, kill as many foreign creatures as you can. However, there's no need to force yourself. Surviving is the most important thing." Hearing this, all the outlawed prodigies who were called out, including Jun Xiaoyao, looked very calm. This was a challenge for them, and also a form of training. Of course, if you can come back alive, you'll naturally be rewarded handsomely. As for the prodigies who were called out, if you can come back alive, there'll be immortal-level opportunities waiting for you. The 4th Master Scar's words instantly heated up the originally silent atmosphere, especially when they heard about the immortal-level opportunities. Even people like Ling Yan and Gu Tizi could not help but have their eyes lit up. An immortal-level opportunity was an opportunity inheritance related to immortals. It was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would definitely be reborn. They might even be able to use it to break through to the honorable stage. They're really putting in a lot of effort, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. All right, let's draw lots now, the fourth Master Scar said. Jun Xiaoyao and the others went forward to draw lots one by one. As for the Grand Knights, they were divided into 7 teams. Each of them was responsible for searching for a god's obsession. At this moment, the 7 team leaders were all paying close attention. Although the outlawed prodigies were all very strong, there were still some differences between them. However, there were still some differences between them. There was also a difference in temperament and so on. Naturally, these Grand Knights did not want any weaklings with weak temperament or combat strength to join their teams. It'll be great if it's the Jun family's son of God. Although the Jun family's son of God is a great sage, he can fight against a quasi-honorable. Whichever team gets him will be in the bag. That's right. That's equivalent to having a combat strength close to that of a quasi-honorable. He'll definitely be able to change the situation and turn the tide at a critical moment. The warriors in these teams were all whispering to each other. However, almost every warrior in each team was looking at Jun Xiaoyao with a burning gaze. It was as if they were staring at some kind of peerless treasure. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's temperament and combat strength were both extremely heaven-defying. Some of the Grand Knights even felt that Jun Xiaoyao should not be much weaker than them. Therefore, in their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally a hot commodity. This made Gu Tizi, Ji Daoyi, and the others look a little gloomy. They were all outlawed sky prides. Who was weaker than the other? Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was welcomed by the Grand Knights. It seems that I've been in seclusion for too long. Ji Daoyi felt a little uncomfortable. After all, his identity was special. He came from a forbidden clan above the 9 heavens. He was also the successor of the sect of human immortals. With such a status, he should not be inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao drew a lot and glanced at it. The Meng family's team. As soon as he finished speaking, a Grand Knight riding a single-horned battle mastiff laughed and walked toward Jun Xiaoyao. Haha, son of God, I'm Meng Zhan from the Meng family. Welcome to my team, son of God. Meng Zhan's face showed an honest smile. Meng Zhan, you're really lucky. The son of God has drawn your team. That's right. You guys will probably make a great contribution this time. The Grand Knights around them were all envious. Captain, you don't have to be so courteous. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The Kai family, Pang family, and Hong family were not the only families guarding the border. The Meng family was one of them. They had always been loyal to their duty. At this moment, a clear voice that sounded like the sound of nature was also heard. The Meng family's team. Everyone looked over with a strange expression on their faces. Ling Yan had drawn Meng Zhan's team as well. One of them was the young emperor of Xianting, and the other was the son of God of the Jun family. They could be said to be the most antagonistic characters, yet they were assigned to the same team. This was very strange. Chapter 845. Ling Yan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and her expression was somewhat displeased. Enemies were bound to meet. The Jun mark on her thigh still made her heart ache. Young Master Jun. Fair Yuan also had a worried look in her eyes. She knew that Ling Yan, Gu Tizi, and the others must be plotting something in secret. Now that Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao were in the same team, wouldn't it be easier to plot against Jun Xiaoyao? Senior, I don't think this is appropriate. Why don't we rearrange the teams? Gu Tizi cupped his hands to fourth Master Scar. Naturally, he didn't want Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao to be in the same team. That won't do. Meng Zhan immediately objected. These 2 strongest youths of the younger generation were assigned to his team. How could he give up? Let's follow the rules. Fourth Master Scar shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter. How can I be weaker than others? Ling Yan's brows relaxed. She also wanted to compete with Jun Xiaoyao to see who was stronger. Sigh. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. What do you mean? Ling Yan raised her eyes slightly and snorted coldly. A burden and trouble. Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. You. Ling Yan gritted her teeth. She could remain aloof to anyone except for Jun Xiaoyao, who could always make her lose her composure. Next, the teams were divided. Everyone obtained a merit point jade token, used to record the foreign creatures they killed. Creatures of different levels had different merit points. The higher the talent and the higher the status of the foreign creatures, the more merit points they would receive. Son of God, there might be foreign royal creatures in the world of divine ruins this time. They are more terrifying than ordinary foreign creatures, Meng Zhan said. They had been through hundreds of battles, so they naturally knew more about the foreign creatures than Jun Xiaoyao and the other prodigies. But correspondingly, the merit points will also be higher. If you kill a creature from the legendary Immortal Emperor clan, then the contribution points would be astonishing. Meng Zhan smacked his lips and said, however, he was just joking. The living beings of the Immortal Emperor clan were terrifyingly powerful. Their battle prowess was much, much higher than cultivators of the same level in the Immortal Realm. Even if they were from the younger generation, a quasi-supreme like him wouldn't be able to kill them. Furthermore, in a conflict of this level, there shouldn't be any life forms from the Immortal Emperor race appearing. Immortal Emperor race? I actually hope that they will show themselves. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The foreign clans and powers compared to Immortal Domain weren't inferior in the slightest. The powerful beings of the general race, the 100 great royal races, the Immortal Emperor races, and so on. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, wanted to see the top experts of the younger generation of the other side. Let's see how strong they are. All right, everyone, it's about time to depart. Fourth Master Scar waved his hand. His expression was somewhat solemn. Once these geniuses stepped into the world of the ruins of God, they could only rely on themselves. However, now that the chaos of the other side was about to rise, Immortal Domain didn't need flowers in a greenhouse. Without experiencing the test of blood and fire, how could they stand at the peak of this era? Rumble. The ferocious beasts under the great knights stepped across the river of stars. The crowd moved majestically, heading towards the world of the ruins of God. In the void, divine splendor surged. Spatial gates appeared one after another, leading to the interior of the giant green lotus, which was also the world of the ruins of God. The Meng family team Jun Xiaoyao was in also stepped inside. In an instant, the void distorted, light overflowed, and the world spun. When everyone's eyes became clear again, they couldn't help but look around. This was an expanse of pitch-black, deep and desolate starry sky. The broken celestial body was suspended within. All types of blood-stained stars, broken weapons, and giant white skeletons were scattered within. A wave of desolate and bleak aura pervaded the air. Everyone could smell a bloody aura at the tip of their noses. This is the world of the ruins of God. All of the geniuses who came here for the first time were shocked. They thought that the world of the ruins of God might be like the lower realm's 10 Earths, a giant continental space. To their surprise, it turned out to be a boundless universe. If they didn't sense it carefully, they would never realize the difference between the world of the ruins of God and the 9 heavens immortal realm. In fact, the only difference was that the chi of the heavens and earth in the world of the ruins of God was not as strong as the 9 heavens immortal realm. The rules were not as stable as the 9 heavens immortal realm either. However, it was already shocking enough. So this is the inner universe of the mythical monarch? Since when did my body have such a world? Even Ling Yuan was a little absent-minded. Her jade-like hand grasped at the void as if she was sensing something. Among all the geniuses present, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who remained unfazed. There was a look of contemplation in his eyes. Son of God doesn't seem to be surprised. As a matter of fact, I was shocked for quite a while when I first came here, Meng Zhan smiled. Humph. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He did not say a word. He would not tell Meng Zhan that he already had such an inner universe inside his body. Even a pseudo-9 heavens supreme, like Meng Zhan, did not have an inner universe inside his body. As expected of the Azure Monarch, even though there are still some rules of the Nine Heavens immortal realm inside his body, he has managed to evolve them into his own. Jun Xiaoyao thought after carefully observing it. Since ancient times, the inner universes inside the bodies of most experts were evolved from the rules of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. After all, not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who was able to carve out his own path, using his own Tao to develop his own universe. The Azure Monarch was a chaotic blue lotus that was born in the chaos of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. The inner universe of the Azure Monarch was evolved from the rules of the Nine Heavens immortal realm too. However, the Azure Monarch was able to slowly evolve the inner universe of the rules of the Nine Heavens immortal realm into his own. It was quite impressive. Even though the transformation was not complete in the end, it still inspired Jun Xiaoyao. In the future, I will definitely have an inner universe like this in my body. I will establish a divine kingdom so that all living beings will worship me. Ling Yan's beautiful eyes glittered. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if she was challenging Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao ignored her. If he wanted to compete, Ling Yan would have lost a long time ago. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not complacent. He knew that the difference between his inner universe and the Azure Monarch's was immeasurable. The world of the Nine Heavens immortal realm already had the rules of life. Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was no match for it. By the way, the world tree is one of my main goals. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly remembered his goal. The world tree was too important to the growth of his inner universe. He turned to Meng Zhan and asked, "Captain Meng Zhan, I heard that there is a world tree in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Where is it?" Ling Yan looked over too. She was interested in the world tree too. Meng Zhan said, "I've heard about it. It seems to be in the deepest part of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. However, I heard that the Azure Monarch left a powerful seal there. No one can enter it." Jun Xiaoyao was not disappointed to hear that. If the world tree was so easy to find, he would not have a chance. No one can enter it? Not necessarily. If I use that method. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. He thought of a crazy method. Chapter 846. Jun Xiaoyao had to get his hands on the world tree. No matter the price, he had to obtain it. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know where he would encounter it again. As for that method, Jun Xiaoyao still needed to think about it thoroughly. What are you thinking about? How to obtain the world tree? What you should be thinking about now is how to leave the divine ruins world alive. Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and said indifferently, "Noisy." Jun Xiaoyao ignored him. "You." Ling Yan was furious again. Seeing this, Meng Zhan could only smile bitterly. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two people, so he could only pretend not to see and watch. "Let's go." Meng Zhan waved his hand and said. The other geniuses also scattered in all directions, each with their own missions and choices. Gu Tizi, Jidawi Long Yao, and the others' gazes met in the void. They naturally had a plan to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but not now. "Xiaoyao, be careful." Jun Lingsong, Lord Grim, and the others reminded. They were assigned to another team. "Brother Jun, be careful," Feather Transformation King said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded at the few of them. He looked at Fairy Yuan again. She wasn't assigned to a team. Jun Xiaoyao's team had a mission, so they couldn't bring her along. "Young Master Jun, take care." Fairy Yuan smiled. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, and then the team left. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's departing figure, Fairy Yuan clenched her jade-like hands and swore in her heart. Yuan will definitely not let their plan to harm young Master succeed. Fairy Yuan seemed to have some kind of plan and decision in her heart. And just as the Immortal Regions team began to enter the Divine Ruins world, on the other side of the Divine Ruins world, outside the border pass, the monstrous mist was surging and indistinct silhouettes were emerging. Some were in human form, some were in beast form, and there were even all kinds of indescribable and strange shadows. They were creatures from the other side. Meanwhile, within the other side's troops, there were similarly cries of shock that sounded. What, more than one branch of the royal family came for this operation? Even the quasi-emperor clan that the new immortal king belongs to has come. Exactly, the Lord Crimson Owl King of the Crimson Owl clan just knocked on the border of the immortal region some time ago. And I heard that Lord even fought that white-clothed god of slaughter from the June clan. This time, the young kings of the Scarlet Owl bloodline have arrived. I heard that they are going to continue the glory of the Scarlet Owl King, slaughter all the geniuses of the June clan of the immortal region, and raise the might of our world. That's nothing. It seems like the descendants of emperor bloodlines might appear. Now those ants from the immortal region are probably going to be dumbfounded. Haha, that's right. When we break the ruins of God, it will be the chance for our army to march in. The foreign troops also entered the world of the divine ruins in a grandiose manner. That kind of aura and killing intent was far too ferocious compared to the immortal region's side. The world of the ruins of God was vast and boundless. It was simply equivalent to a small universe. Even a quasi-supreme would not be able to travel to every corner of the godly ruins in a short period of time. Jun Xiaoyao, together with the Meng family's team, moved forward in the starry sky. The starry sky ahead was extremely bright. That was something like a sun, releasing radiance. The corpse of an ancient golden crow. Jun Xiaoyao looked over and saw that it was a dead golden crow within the light. This couldn't help but make Jun Xiaoyao think of the 10 princes of Jinwu. He wondered how that miserable fellow was doing right now. Wait, at this time, Meng Zhan suddenly waved his hand, sensing something. The entire team immediately stopped, extremely vigilant. Up ahead was a white river flowing in the starry sky. No, that's not a river, but Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. Those were shockingly sets of white bones. Endless white bones gathered into a heavenly river, flowing in the starry sky. It was hard to imagine just how many creatures died. Ling Yan's jade hand covered her red lips, also trembling a bit. This was also the first time she saw such a cruel battlefield. With so many corpses, I'm afraid that some inauspicious things will be produced. Meng Zhan said with a frown. This kind of situation, they were not surprised by it. Rather, it was Jun Xiaoyao's reaction that made Meng Zhan and the rest secretly nod their heads. Jun Xiaoyao was calm until he was simply like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Sure enough, Meng Zhan's guess came true. Not far ahead was the source of the white bone heavenly river. That was a blood-stained demonic star suspended in the dark universe. The entire star was interwoven with the color of blood and ghastly white bones, like a burial ground. The other side is warlike and cruel. Sometimes they will gather our world's creatures in one place and kill them. After that, the place of killing will overflow with resentment, becoming a demonic land. Meng Zhan clenched his fists, his eyes carrying coldness and anger. The other side's creatures deserve to be killed. Ling Yan's phoenix eyes released a cold light. This was just the divine ruins world. Just a small battlefield, and it was already so cruel. That was the true border pass battle, the foreign battlefield. How bloody would it be? Corpses lying in the millions and millions was normal. That is. In the team, a team member with sharp eyes and special ocular arts suddenly cried out in surprise. He saw that on the blood-stained demonic star, there was a strange flower that was red with a hint of black growing. Countless wails of wraiths sounded in the surroundings. There was also thick soul force undulation shaking. That is the underworld soul demonic flower, a flower that belongs to the dead. Meng Zhan's expression shook. This was a kind of great inauspicious thing. They had just entered the divine ruins world, and they already encountered this kind of thing. It was definitely not some good sign. Jun Xiaoyao looked over, but his eyes flashed. This underworld soul, demonic flower, fed on the remnant souls and resentment of countless creatures after they died, possessing boundless divine soul energy. This kind of strange object that was helpful to soul force. Jun Xiaoyao was still very interested. After all, his primordial spirit level already reached the unparalleled level. Wanting to advance further was also a bit difficult. If he refined the underworld soul demonic flower, it could greatly shorten the primordial spirit's advancement time. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward, approaching that demonic star. "Son of God, be careful," Meng Zhan shouted. Although he was the team leader, he was not qualified to restrict Jun Xiaoyao's actions. Boom! Rolling resentment, wailing and howling turned into a tide of souls that surged toward Jun Xiaoyao. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I will avenge you. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit activated and a golden light shone. The Tathagata Sutra of the Three Lives Immortal Sutra was activated. A Mahavairakana Dharma idol appeared, purifying all souls and suppressing all evil. The tide of souls was instantly destroyed. The underworld soul demonic flower was suppressed by the Mahavairakana, and its petals trembled, letting out a shrill cry like a baby. Black gas rose, and the ominous power was being purified, as expected of the Son of God. Seeing this scene, Meng Zhan and the others were delighted. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was also peerless. But just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to purify the underworld soul demonic flower, swoosh! A blood-stained steel fork pierced through the void, carrying a terrifying force as it charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and raised his hand. His fair palm was covered in divine patterns and dazzling symbols. The Kuan Peng divine power was used, and his palm shook out like a Kuan Peng swinging its tail. With a clang, the steel fork was sent flying. This kid has some skills. A group of densely packed figures appeared in the distant starry void. The foreign creatures have finally shown themselves. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 847. This group of foreign creatures all had different appearances. However, the only thing they had in common was that their auras were all extremely powerful. The one who took action against Jun Xiaoyao was a snake yiksha. The snake yiksha's entire body was made of steel and bones, possessing boundless strength. Behind him grew scarlet wings of flesh. However, his head was a snake head. A pair of snake eyes looked towards Jun Xiaoyao incomparably cold. Foreign mongrel. Meng Zhan and the others immediately erupted with killing intent, locking onto the snake yiksha. It was because the snake yiksha was the most powerful among this group of foreign creatures, reaching the quasi-supreme realm. Brat, you can actually block this supreme being's move. You should be a seed of the immortal domain, right? If you are killed, there will be great rewards. The snake yiksha flicked out its snake tongue, its gaze carrying killing intent as it stabbed towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was the same as the immortal domain side. Killing foreign creatures gave contribution points. The foreign side naturally had a reward system as well. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance alone was enough to tell that he was no ordinary being. His white clothes were spotless, immortal splendor swirling about, as if he was the son of an immortal god. Even though the snake yiksha casually attacked just now, it was definitely not something a great sage could block. That was why it was clear that the snake yiksha knew that this was a top seed of heaven from the immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, declining to comment. Meanwhile, Meng Zhan instead shouted fiercely, "Courting death!" The two sides met, no superfluous words spoken. Meng Zhan and the other quasi-supreme great knight surrounded the snake yiksha. As for the other sage realm cultivators, they began to fight with those foreign creatures. From the looks of it, you should also be a top figure of the immortal domain. Tiske, Kieske, soft skin, and tender flesh, a mountain-like demonic figure targeted Ling Yan. That was an ape-like creature, its entire body covered in black fur, claws like pitch-black sickles. This was the foreign mandrill race. Even though it wasn't a king race, it was still a powerful race among general races. I've eaten more than one immortal domain female cultivator. That wonderful taste, unforgettable. The mandrill reached out its scarlet tongue and licked its sharp fangs, a vicious light flickering in its beast eyes. Die for me! Ling Yan's jade-like face was filled with anger. She lifted her palm and a vast amount of mana burst forth. The mandrill's expression changed slightly. No, you're also a seed-level character. Mandrill exclaimed. According to their common sense, although the immortal domain was weak, there were still some top-notch figures. Among the younger generation, the ones who made the other side feel the most restraining fear were precisely immortal domain's seed-level figures. Rumble. The battle immediately began, and there was no room for negotiation. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao was targeted as well. 3 great Saint Realm foreign creatures locked onto him at the same time. They also knew that Jun Xiaoyao had something up his sleeve, so he would not fight alone. I heard that you guys from the other side are all competitive, but in the end, you guys are still a bunch of trash who only know how to surround and attack. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, killing a seed-level individual like you is already a great contribution. Die! A foreign creature shouted coldly. His entire body was branded with evil runes. Those runes actually looked like eyes. It was extremely bizarre. As he activated his evil technique, the evil eye runes on his body actually began to squirm as if they were alive. Then, they shot out pitch-black beams of destruction. No matter how bizarre he is, he's only a great saint. If we attack together, this brat will definitely die. Another foreign creature roared out. It was a strange creature with the body of a qilin and the tail of a snake. Its entire body was pitch black. This was the qilin snake clan. It was a hybrid bloodline between a dark qilin beast and a demonic snake. Although there was a qualitative difference between a qilin beast and a qilin, this hybrid qilin snake was extremely powerful. When it opened its mouth and roared, the void was about to be destroyed. The final foreign creature that was surrounded and killed looked like an extremely beautiful woman. However, her lower body had eagle claws and feathers. This was the Harpy Demon clan of the other side. They specialized in sound waves and soul abilities. There was once a cultivator from the immortal domain who was brainwashed by the Harpy Demon's demonic voice. Their souls were controlled, and they turned to kill each other. In short, although these 3 clans were not royal creatures, they were all very powerful. At this moment, they were all surrounding and attacking. Ordinary, perfected great saints would be in danger. However, when the attacks of the 3 foreign creatures landed on Jun Xiaoyao at the same time, Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, and he did not do anything. Is this brat stupid? The qilin snake said. In the past, on the side of the immortal domain, there was no lack of hotheads who had just entered the battlefield. They were frightened by the ferocious power of the other side, but their Dao hearts were all destroyed. When Meng Zhan and the others saw this, their hearts tightened, but they did not say anything. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao was definitely not the kind of person who would cower in the face of danger. Boom! The methods of the foreign creatures drowned Jun Xiaoyao, just as the qilin snake and the other creatures were puzzled, feeling that this seed-level prodigy did not live up to his name. Swoosh! An extremely fast shadow directly landed beside the foreign creature, whose entire body was branded with evil runes. Then it threw out a simple punch. Pooh! The foreign creature's body exploded like a watermelon, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Even his primordial spirit was directly annihilated by that punch. First one. A casual and indifferent voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared, his white clothes spotless. With a flash of his feet, he continued to attack the qilin snake. You, how is this possible? The qilin snake and the harpy's expressions changed at the same time. One had to know that in the same level, the foreign creatures were stronger than the cultivators of the immortal domain. They were all great saints. Logically speaking, the three of them together should be enough to kill this great saint seed from the immortal domain. But in the end, one of them was directly killed. Naturally, they did not know that their divine abilities just now could not even break through Jun Xiaoyao's dermic power immunity. Good. When the Meng family warriors saw this, their eyes were filled with excitement. With Jun Xiaoyao around, their team would be much safer. Humph! Seeing this, Ling Yan only snorted. She activated the sacred body of Empress Hua, and a powerful dermic power pressed down, killing the Pishio. Obviously, she wanted to compete with Jun Xiaoyao to see who could kill more foreign creatures. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao pointed out a finger. The incomparably thick, lightning emperor's finger was like the finger of the thunder god, crushing down from the void with endless lightning. The Qilin snake roared and activated a foreign dermic power, but it was still directly suppressed and killed. Not good. The harpy's face was pale. She opened her mouth and let out a demonic sound. At the same time, she spread out her arms and turned them into wings to retreat. This seed-level figure was too strange. He was much stronger than they had imagined. Can you escape? The demonic sound did not affect Jun Xiaoyao at all. He used his fingers as a sword, and torrential sword qi surged like a tide. A terrifying scene of an immortal falling appeared. Immortal slaying sword art. Uft! The harpy was split into two, and her primordial spirit was directly destroyed by the sword qi. In the blink of an eye, the three terrifying foreign creatures of the great saint realm were all killed. At this moment, even the pupils of the Naga Yaksha who was fighting with Meng Zhan and the others suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shock. At the same cultivation level, a foreign creature could almost fight with 2 or 3 cultivators of the celestial realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly killed all 3 of the great saint realm beings from another realm. Was it the other way around? In the end, who was the most ferocious party? However, before everyone could be shocked, Jun Xiaoyao continued to attack without any intention of stopping. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. When he saw a foreign creature, he used his sword finger. The immortal slaying sword qi surged and spread out like a sea. Almost no foreign creature of the same level could withstand his sword, even if there were. Then, he would just add another sword strike. As Jun Xiaoyao continued to kill, the number of points in his jade talisman increased as well. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not mind at all, as he was not there to kill his enemies for merit points. As expected, dark matter. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking as he killed. The bodies of these foreign creatures were all more or less contaminated with some dark matter. This dark matter was very strange. Its origin was unknown, and it seemed to be related to some kind of great secret of heaven and earth. Supreme Yuan-Tian, the mythical arch worshipped by the Naga race, and goddess Luoshan Fei had all been contaminated by this matter. Jun Xiaoyao felt that if he wanted to unravel the secret of this dark matter, he would probably have to make a trip to the foreign realm. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, a cold shout rang out. "How dare you kill so many creatures of my world? You are courting death." On the other side, there were Saint Lord-level creatures who targeted Jun Xiaoyao and wanted to personally kill him. Chapter 848. This Holy Lord-level expert who took action against Jun Xiaoyao was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a sinister face. However, there were 2 blood-colored goat horns on his head. In some witch race legends, the goat was the symbol of the devil. This was an Abyss Demon race, Holy Lord level expert. Even though the Abyss Demon race wasn't a king race, they were still a top general race below the king race. The foreign races were like a pyramid with a strict hierarchy. Slave race, general race, king race, top king race, half emperor race, undying emperor race. It could be said that even the creatures of the general race were a level higher than immortal domain's cultivators on average. As for the king race, emperor race, and others, there was even less of a need to talk about them. A seed like you needs to be eliminated. The Abyss Demon Race Holy Lord's expression was cold as he rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. He knew very well how monstrous Immortal Domain Seed was. If he was allowed to grow, he would at least become a great emperor in the future. He would be a great threat to the other side. Hurry and stop him! When Meng Zhan saw this, he roared out. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had fought against a half-supreme being in the original Emperor City. However, in everyone's eyes, it didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao could truly defeat a half-supreme being. They believed that Jun Xiaoyao should only barely be able to fight against a half-supreme being. Meanwhile, the foreign Holy Lord level experts were much stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. Compared to Immortal Domain's half-supreme beings, they weren't much weaker. Therefore, Meng Zhan naturally didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to take risks. On the Meng family's side, there were several Holy Lords who wanted to take action, but they were temporarily stopped by the foreign Holy Lords. Meng Zhan and the other half-supreme being were also stalled by the Snake Yiksha, unable to leave at all. Kiki, your Immortal Domain Seed is about to fall. The Snake Yiksha spat out its snake tongue and said with a cold laugh. Meng Zhan's expression was cold. He could only hope that Jun Xiaoyao could stall for some time until they were free to rescue him. It seems like no one will come to save you. The Abyss Demon Race Holy Lord locked onto Jun Xiaoyao and reached out a large hand to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Who do you think you are? You're so ordinary, yet so confident. It would be foolish to measure Jun Xiaoyao's strength based on his cultivation level. The foreign Holy Lords were a bit stronger than the Immortal Domain Holy Lords. But in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it was just that. With his talent, cultivation, and strength, if he still couldn't kill a Holy Lord, then he would be a little weak. You're courting death. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's palm pressed down like a black sky. He was a dignified Holy Lord, yet he had been called ordinary? This was too heart-wrenching. Jun Xiaoyao. Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. For some reason, he felt a little nervous in his heart. There was even a slight feeling of wanting to help. It's that ill-fated fate again. Ling Yan suppressed his thoughts. Logically speaking, she should be gloating when she saw that Jun Xiaoyao was in danger. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was a thorn in her side, a thorn in her flesh, and a sworn enemy. But now, she didn't feel that way at all. He's going to die in the hands of Gu Tizi. He can't die in the hands of the foreign beings. Ling Yan found an excuse for herself. Then, she activated the sacred body of Empress Hua. A terrifying aura erupted, and her hair danced wildly, like a beautiful female immortal king. She raised her palm and was about to kill the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader. But in the next moment, Ling Yan paused. Jun Xiaoyao's body shook, and his surging blood, qi, crossed the sky like a dragon. Zenith Heaven Immortal Body activated. Inside his body, every cell was shaking like a world, bursting out with vigorous power. The power of 260 summer worlds was activated. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and clenched his fist. The Kun Peng Infinite Divine Fist, with extreme power, was unleashed. The fist collided with the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's palm. Rumble. The void shook, and the dermic power was vast and mighty. Some of the scattered stars around were instantly shattered into ashes. A loud bang was heard. The sound of an explosion rang out. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader screamed. The arm that he stretched out was directly shattered by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Even in such a brutal battle. Some members of the Meng family and beings from other realms could not help but look at Jun Xiaoyao with shock in their eyes. They could accept that Jun Xiaoyao could instantly kill a foreign being of the same level. After all, he was a seed of the celestial realm. But the one who had attacked was a Holy Lord level powerhouse. And it was a foreign sacred leader who was even stronger than the ordinary sacred leaders of the celestial realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed one of his arms. What kind of monster are you? The Abyss Demon Race's Sacred Leader's expression was twisted in shock. Even an expert like him was shocked to the extreme. Even the prodigies of the foreign royal families might not be so powerful, right? Jun Xiaoyao attacked again, and powerful sword intent surged. In the surrounding void, jade-like blades of grass rippled and stretched. As the leaves shook, monstrous sword energy surged, as if it could cut down the stars in the outer realm. Grass symbol sword technique. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader was surrounded by the grass symbol sword chi. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped his mind. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader would never have thought that this sense of death was brought to him by a young man from the celestial realm. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader was very angry. The two blood-colored goat horns on his head directly separated and turned into two blood-colored heavenly swords that slashed toward the grass, symbol sword chi. Blood-colored demonic light surged. Dark curse palm. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader used his other intact arm to perform an ultimate move. He knew that this young man could no longer be judged by common sense. He could only use an ultimate move to kill him in one move. Jun Xiaoyao's 5 fingers closed, and the grass symbol sword chi in the surrounding void also closed, instantly slashing out millions of swords. The blood-colored flying sword formed by the goat horn shattered. Jun Xiaoyao used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist again, and all kinds of reincarnation runes flew out like 6 ancient universes crushing toward the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader, together with the power of 260 Sumer worlds. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader felt like his physical body was about to explode. There was a loud explosion. The dark curse palm was destroyed. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's physical body exploded. However, at this moment, a streak of black light shot toward Jun Xiaoyao's forehead at lightning speed. It wanted to take over his body. Brat, your physical body is too terrifying. If I take over your body, I'll definitely be able to become an immortal king in the future. The Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's essence soul screamed and shot toward Jun Xiaoyao's forehead like a black arrow. Son of God, watch out! Meng Zhan and the others yelled. This scene happened so suddenly that it was impossible to guard against it. Watch out! Ling Yan also instinctively shouted. Ha! Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness and mockery as he allowed the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's essence soul to pierce his forehead. This scene made everyone in the Meng family's team feel a chill in their hearts. Ling Yan's delicate body also trembled. She couldn't describe what she was feeling. Naga let out a hoarse laugh. The fall of the immortal realm's seed was a great merit. However, what they didn't know was, at this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's essence soul, the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader's essence soul was stunned. He stared at the 3 flowers of the great Tao that emanated the aura of time, completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a powerful essence soul. It was so powerful that it made people despair. The power of the essence soul was as boundless as the sea, vast and turbulent. It was even much, much stronger than the primordial spirit of a holy lord. How dare you take over the son of God's body? You're courting death. Jun Xiaoyao's essence soul, who was sitting cross-legged on the Tao flower, revealed a cold expression. Boundless essence, soul power, 3 lives essence soul, and the 3 lives immortal sutra that specialized in cultivating the essence soul. Wasn't this Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader courting death? Boom! The primal chaos divine grindstone appeared, stained with mottled fiend god blood, and crushed the Abyss Demon Race's essence soul. No, the Abyss Demon Race's sacred leader howled. It was filled with extreme despair. Not only did he have to die, but he also had to endure the extreme pain of his soul being crushed inch by inch before he died. If he had known this would happen, he would have died just now. It would have been better. In the outside world, Jun Xiaoyao stood motionless on the spot. Mangjan's eyes were about to split open. His aura erupted as he viciously attacked Naga. Die for me! Mangjan and another Grand Knight of the Meng family went completely berserk as they surrounded Naga. Although they didn't have to directly bear the responsibility of Jun Xiaoyao's life and death. But seeing the legend of the border, Jun Wuhui's descendant, die in an accident, they still couldn't accept it. Haha, despair. When the powerhouses of the heavenly demon royal family arrive, that will be the time for you to truly despair. Naga roared with laughter. He had also suffered heavy injuries from fighting with two quasi-supremes. But when the heavenly demon royal family that he was loyal to arrived, everything would be over. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure suddenly moved. He swept toward Naga, Mangjan, and the others who were fighting with their lives on the line. Mangjan's face darkened slightly. He thought that the Abyss demon race's sacred leader had succeeded in possessing him. Naga said, "Since you've possessed this immortal realm seed, you should leave first." However, just as Naga's voice fell, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, the great desolate halberd filled with killing intent appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he activated this quasi-emperor weapon with supreme offensive power and slashed it down on the injured Naga Yiksha.